Chapter 2136. However, Yang Ming was not discouraged. This was only a matter of patience. Yang Ming believed that as long as he tried a few more times, he would be able to get rid of this fast cicada goo. After taking a deep breath, Yang Ming calmed his emotions and pulled out the silver needle, preparing to strike again. Everyone saw that Yang Ming did not explain anything, and Lin Dongfang did not say anything either. Hence, everyone did not say anything and only looked at Yang Ming nervously. Yang Ming did not care about everyone's gazes. His current thoughts were all on the fast cicada goo. His eyes were fixed on the fast cicada goo that was still moving rapidly, waiting for the next opportunity to strike. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Yang Ming finally moved. He struck again and used the silver needle to pierce the fast cicada goo. However, when the silver needle touched Lin Dongfang's body, Yang Ming's eyes flashed with a trace of regret. He shook his head helplessly. This time, it only pierced Lin Dongfang's skin and did not even touch his meridians. Because the result this time was still regrettable. It did not pierce the fast cicada goo. Hence, Yang Ming did not have the need to continue piercing and directly stopped the silver needle in his hand. As for Lin Dongfang, after being pierced twice by Yang Ming, he could not help but ask, "Yang Ming, want to kill the fast cicada goo?" "Yes, but this fast cicada goo is moving too fast. It is not easy." Yang Ming sighed, but his eyes were still locked on the fast cicada goo. He did not let it out of Yang Ming's sight. Lin Dongfang was only asking casually. He did not expect Yang Ming to kill the fast cicada goo. He thought that Yang Ming was using some secret method to force the fast cicada goo out of his body. Unexpectedly, Yang Ming admitted it so easily. "You know the location of the fast cicada goo?" Lu Tianqi could not help but ask. Ever since Yang Ming had arrived at the Medicine Valley, he had never told Lin Dongfang, Lu Tianqi, and the rest about his X-ray vision ability. This was because Yang Ming's ability had no practical use in the Medicine Valley. It was not that Yang Ming was deliberately hiding it. Since Yang Ming could tell Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, and the others, it meant that Yang Ming wasn't afraid of the people around him knowing about his ability. And Lin Dongfang and Lu Tianqi, these two people were very close to him. Yang Ming didn't have to hide it. It was just that he didn't have a chance to say it. Since he didn't need it, Yang Ming didn't say it. It wasn't that Yang Ming didn't want to say it. I'll explain it to you later. Yang Ming couldn't explain it clearly in a few words. It was better to deal with the fast cicada goo first and then explain his ability to them in detail. Moreover, Yang Ming's main focus was on the fast cicada goo in Lin Dongfang's body. He didn't have time to explain too much. "Brother Lin, do you believe me?" Looking at the doubt on Lin Dongfang's face, Yang Ming smiled and asked. "Of course I believe you," Lin Dongfang said without hesitation. "Then it's fine. Wait until I deal with the fast cicada goo, then I'll tell you the reason," Yang Ming said as he raised the silver needle again. "Okay." Lin Dongfang nodded and didn't ask anymore. He stood there and let Yang Ming do what he wanted. This time, Yang Ming was more cautious than before. He was calculating the movement trajectory of the fast cicada goo. The moment Yang Ming made his move, the fast cicada goo had already run far away. So no matter how fast Yang Ming made his move, once Yang Ming saw it and transmitted it to his brain would send out a command signal. This couldn't be compared to the speed of the fast cicada goo. Even if Yang Ming was an assassin and was very good, Yang Ming couldn't make a move without delay. Since that was the case, Yang Ming gave up on the method of stabbing wherever he saw it. Instead, he calculated and simulated the movement speed of the fast cicada goo. This time, Yang Ming saw the position of the fast cicada goo. Then, like the previous 2 times, he stabbed the silver needle into Lin Dongfang's body. Yang Ming's gaze was also fixed on the fast cicada goo. From this, Yang Ming could determine the distance. That was from the time he saw the fast cicada goo to the time he inserted the silver needle into Lin Dongfang's body. The fast cicada goo had already moved about 6 centimeters. This data was very important. Yang Ming only had to remember this data. The next time he inserted the silver needle, He just had to move the silver needle forward by 6 centimeters. Of course, this had to be done in a straight meridian. If it was a complicated meridian, the fast cicada Gu might choose a fork in a meridian and walk away. Yang Ming didn't know which direction it would go because its movement trajectory had no pattern. But Yang Ming wasn't in a hurry. There would be a time when you would walk in a straight meridian, right? You might be proud now, but in a while, you will be in Yang Ming's pocket. Sure enough, after a while, the fast cicada Gu entered a straight meridian in Lin Dongfang's body. Yang Ming saw the opportunity and made his move. He inserted the silver needle into Lin Dongfang's meridian with a whoosh. However, the result this time still disappointed Yang Ming. It was only a few millimeters of deviation. Yang Ming still didn't use the silver needle to pierce the fast cicada Gu. But Yang Ming had enough patience. If he couldn't do it once, then he would continue. Yang Ming was going to waste time with this fast cicada Gu today. Let's see if it would go through such a straight meridian next time. However, the fast cicada Gu seemed to be able to understand Yang Ming's thoughts. It really didn't go through such a straight meridian, so Yang Ming couldn't do anything. Yang Ming wasn't in a hurry. He just stared at it. Yang Ming didn't think this fast cicada Gu had any intelligence. It was just a coincidence, so Yang Ming was waiting for the next opportunity. Finally, the opportunity came after more than an hour. Just when everyone didn't know what Yang Ming was going to do next. Yang Ming made his move again. This time, Yang Ming calculated the distance and inserted the silver needle directly into the fast cicada Gu. The fast cicada Gu that was moving at a high speed suddenly stopped. It couldn't move because of Yang Ming's silver needle. It's done. Yang Ming suddenly grinned and said with some joy, "It's done." Lin Dongfang was stunned. Everyone else was stunned too. "Yeah, we caught the fast cicada Gu." Yang Ming smiled and said, "Brother Lin, this time you don't have to lose your memory." Caught. Just like that, you used the silver needle to pierce it and killed the fast cicada Gu? Lin Dongfang looked at Yang Ming in disbelief and asked, "It didn't die. This little thing's vitality is very strong." Yang Ming glanced at the fast cicada Gu in Lin Dongfang's body and said, "Let's take this little thing out first." Chapter 21:37. Not dead? Then don't kill it. Lan Ling quickly said to Yang Ming. The quick cicada Gu was very rare. Lan Ling had never seen it before. Lan Ling naturally wanted to see this kind of strange voodoo to gain some knowledge. Perhaps, according to this quick cicada Gu, the antidote of the quick cicada Gu could be developed. Even if it couldn't, this little thing might be a trump card against Elder Yu. Therefore, Lan Ling stopped Yang Ming from killing the quick cicada Gu. "Oh, I wanted to give it another needle. Thank you for reminding me." Yang Ming smiled. "Did you really catch the quick cicada Gu?" Lin Dongfang still didn't quite believe it. "Can you take it out?" "Yes, but don't be afraid of pain." Yang Ming smiled and turned to look at Yi. Then he said, "Yi, go and give me the scalpel. I will take this little thing out." Okay." Although Yi felt a little scared, she still followed Yang Ming's words. After a while, Yi took a scalpel and handed it to Yang Ming. "Here." Yang Ming took the scalpel and smiled. "Brother Lin, you bear with it. I'm going to cut you." "Huh, it's okay. Come on." However, Lin Dongfang smiled indifferently and said, "I can still endure this pain. You underestimate me too much." "Okay, then I will cut it." Yang Ming nodded and didn't hesitate. He directly opened a small hole on the silver needle on Lin Dongfang's body. It was neither big nor small. It was just right. Yang Ming was also a master of using a knife. He had learned from Fang Tian for a long time and practiced for a long time. Therefore, Yang Ming's technique was not worse than Lin Dongfang's. See, although Lin Dongfang said it nicely, there was still pain. He just didn't cry out. He frowned and saw that Yang Ming had already pulled out the silver needle. On the silver needle, there was a small worm moving around. It was obviously the quick cicada Gu. Lin Dongfang, who saw this scene, forgot the pain for a while. He looked at Yang Ming in amazement. "You really did it? It can't be. Am I dreaming?" Come, pinch foster father again. See if foster father is dreaming. "Father, doesn't the wound on your body hurt?" He said helplessly. "Oh, Yes, it hurts. At this time, Lin Dongfang felt the pain from the wound, but he was very happy and said, Haha, I'm really not dreaming. Very good, very good. Father, be careful. Don't make the wound more serious. Yi took a bottle of wound medicine and handed it to Lin Dongfang. This was the wound medicine that Lin Dongfang made himself. The effect was excellent. After applying it to the wound, it could stop the bleeding instantly. After the wound healed, it would not leave a scar. Everyone was in this medicine valley. It was inevitable that they would get injured while collecting herbs. Therefore, Lin Dongfang made a lot of wound medicine for everyone to use together. Lin Dongfang took the wound medicine and applied it to the wound casually. He was also a doctor. Naturally, he knew that this degree of wound had little effect on people. With his own special medicine, it was naturally easy to heal. Yang Ming handed the silver needle in his hand to Lan Ling. Lan Ling was not afraid. He looked at the quick cicada goo in his hand with interest. On Lu Tianqi's side, he also had a lot of research on voodoo. At this time, he had already prepared a special container for cultivating voodoo and handed it to Lan Ling. Lan Ling threw the quick cicada goo into the container. The overbearing quick cicada goo in Lin Dongfang's body was quiet at this moment. It stayed quietly in the container and was very obedient. Little thing, wait for me to study you when I have time. Lan Ling gave the container to Lu Tianqi and motioned him to put it away first. Lin Dongfang, Lu Tianqi, Chen Xiaojing, and Yi did not expect that the quick cicada voodoo, which had been troubling Lin Dongfang for so long, was so easily solved by Yang Ming in one day. Not only did he solve it, but he also caught it alive. AI, if I knew that you had such ability, I would have let you catch this little thing for me. I didn't have to wait until now. What a scam. Lin Dongfang said with a wry smile. If I knew this, I wouldn't be in a hurry to write medical notes. I've been writing such a thick book these days. I'm so tired. Yeah, bro. If you had thought of this method earlier, I wouldn't have to suffer for so long. I'm not good at medicine, but I still learned medical skills for so long. It's really a scam. Lu Yezi also said with a bitter face. Huh. Lin Dongfang listened to Lu Yezi's words and suddenly laughed. In that case, I don't have to suffer. However, I originally wanted to learn medical skills. I have learned a lot of things recently. I have to thank Brother Lin. Now, Brother Lin won't regret teaching me your unique skills, right? Yang Ming asked with a smile. What are you saying? You are my savior. What's the point of me teaching you something? Even if you didn't save me, if you wanted to learn, with our relationship, I would have taught you everything. Lin Dongfang said, well, let's continue every day in the future. I will teach you medical skills, but you don't have to be so anxious. I will also contribute to the research of the goo poison. Okay, Yang Ming nodded. By the way, you haven't told me yet. How did you catch this quick cicada goo? Isn't it too magical? You only stabbed it twice and you got it? Lin Dongfang asked curiously. I have to talk about it for my special ability. As Yang Ming said, he told Lin Dongfang, Yi, Lu Tianqi, and Chen Xiaojing about his X-ray vision. Lu Yezi, Xia Shui, and others knew about Yang Ming's ability. At this moment, there was no special reaction. However, Lin Dongfang and others were amazed. They really didn't expect that Yang Ming was actually a psychic. Great! Lu Tianqi suddenly slapped his thigh and jumped up. Everyone was amazed by Yang Ming's special ability at this moment. Lu Tianqi suddenly stood up and shouted, which shocked everyone. What's wrong? What are you shouting for? Chen Xiaojing looked at Lu Tianqi with some blame. She didn't know what he was shouting for. Yang Ming, you have this ability. It is very helpful for us to refine the goo poison. Lu Tianqi said, the reason why we often fail to refine the Jin Gang goo is that we can't see the situation in the petri dish. We can only wait for the time to open the petri dish. If we can observe the situation in the petri dish at all times, it is very important for refining the Jin Gang goo. Oh, you mean you want me to use X-ray vision to see the situation inside? But X-ray and the like, can it be done? Yang Ming asked slightly. Chapter 21:38. No, the Jin Gang voodoo is very fragile in its initial stage. Any kind of radiation can kill it. Even a little electromagnetic interference can't be used. So, whether it's a camera or an X-ray, they can't be used. Lu Tianqi shook his head and said, "This is one of the reasons why the Jin Gang voodoo is difficult to configure. We can't track it all the time. We can only wait slowly. When the time is right, we can open the device. If it works, we can. If it doesn't, we can't." So that's the case. Yang Ming nodded. "If this is the case, then my ability can be of help." "That's right. How could I forget about that?" Lan Ling had long known about Yang Ming's ability, but she didn't think of this. After coming here, she followed the routine and studied the Jin Gang voodoo with Lin Dongfang and Lu Tianqi. The method was also the previous method. Lan Ling didn't think that Yang Ming's ability could be improved. Now that she heard Lu Tianqi mention this, she suddenly patted her forehead and her eyes lit up. You should have said so earlier. Brother Yang Ming, with your addition, it seems that we really have hope to get out of this medicine valley and get rid of Elder Yu's restraints." Lin Dongfang also laughed and said. It seemed that Lin Dongfang was also very happy. "Yang Ming, thank you so much for saving my foster father." Among them, the most excited one wasn't Lin Dongfang himself, but Yi. Seeing that the quick cicada voodoo that her foster father was most worried about was solved, she sincerely thanked Yang Ming from the bottom of her heart. "You don't have to thank me. It's just a small matter," Yang Ming said with a smile. "You're treating me like an outsider." "What are you talking about? You should call me Uncle Yang." "Why are you calling me Yang Ming?" Lin Dongfang stared and said, "Yang Ming is my brother, so he is your uncle. Aren't you messing up the seniority?" Yi was a little flustered by Lin Dongfang's words. She blushed and didn't know what to say. Big brother Lin, this is where you are wrong." Yang Ming smiled and mediated. "It's true that I am your brother, but Lu Yezi is also my underling, and Yi is now his girlfriend, so she is my sister-in-law. It is reasonable for her to call me Big Brother. If you don't let her call me Big Brother, then call me Uncle. What do you want Lu Yezi to call me?" This. Lin Dongfang thought that what Yang Ming said made sense. The seniority was a bit messed up. In the beginning, he agreed to Lu Yezi and Yi's matter with the intention of entrusting his will to them. He didn't think about the many intricate and complicated relationships in this matter, because at that time, he was about to lose his memory. He couldn't even think about the serious matters. How could he have the time to think about these things? But now, the swift cicada goo had been removed, and he no longer lost his memory. He had no choice but to consider these problems. Big brother Lin, let's do it this way. There is no conflict between us. Anyway, Yi is just your adopted daughter, not your biological daughter. This seniority is not so important, right? Yang Ming explained with a smile. You're right. Okay, then let's do it this way. We are still brothers. I don't care how Yi calls you." Lin Dongfang was not a rigid person. He asked Yi to change her previous address because he was afraid that Yang Ming would be unhappy after hearing it. After all, Yang Ming was now his savior. If Yang Ming was unhappy because of Yi's neglect, it would be a sin. But now, it seemed that Yang Ming didn't care about this, and Lin Dongfang was a person who didn't care about trifles. "That's right." Yang Ming smiled and said, "Tonight, it seems that we have to celebrate again. Big Brother Lin's swift cicada goo has been removed. There will be no more worries in the future. We can also study the Jin Gang goo and Vigor goo without worry." However, Tianqi and Xiao Jing's voodoo hasn't been cured yet. Although Elder Yu will give them the antidote every once in a while, the feeling of being controlled by someone is really uncomfortable. Lin Dongfang said, "I have also checked their goo poison. There is no danger." Lan Ling nodded and said, "The voodoo that Brother Tianqi and Sister Xiaojing were inflicted with was not the same as the voodoo that Yang Ming and I were inflicted with. It was one level lower than ours. Even if it had been there for a long time, it would not have any effect. I think Elder you learned to be smart because of your swift cicada goo, so he didn't give Brother Tianqi and Sister Xiaojing the goo poison that has side effects." "Oh, no problem. That's good. Lu Qianqi was relieved after hearing Lan Ling's words. Although I have dabbled in voodoo, the information that Elder Yu gave me is not complete. He is also afraid that I can get rid of the voodoo in my body and escape from his control. Yes, but me, Yang Ming, and the others have a bigger hatred with Elder Yu. So the goo poison he gave us has side effects. Fortunately, we have the super goo antidote pill, and Xia Shui can also remove it. Speaking of this, Lan Ling looked at Xia Shui with a deep meaning, which made Xia Shui's face turn red. Lan Ling continued, Brother Tianqi and Sister Xiaojing's goo poison can also be removed with the super goo antidote pill. This is not a problem. There are enough materials in the Medicine Valley to refine the super goo antidote pill. Although I can't refine it now, after a long period of experimentation, I should be able to refine it. If it really can't be done after leaving the Medicine Valley, I will ask my grandmother or grandpa so to help you refine it. The goo poison in your body is definitely not a problem. I see. That's good. Lu Qianqi was relieved. Then our next step is to focus on dealing with Elder Yu. Therefore, after the addition of Yang Ming, everyone's experiment progress was like adding wings to a tiger. In an instant, it became much faster. The speed of the experiment was faster, and the efficiency was naturally higher. As long as the goo poison entered the petri dish, through Yang Ming's observation, he could directly see whether the goo poison was successfully refined. There was no need to wait for the specified days to open the petri dish. In this way, under Yang Ming's X-ray vision, if it was not possible, they could change it. There was some progress on the Jin Gang goo, but there was still no progress on the Herculean goo. Although everyone now put a lot of energy into refining the Herculean voodoo and only spent a little time refining the Vajra voodoo every day. After all, the Vajra voodoo had been studied for more than 10 years. They had accumulated a lot of experience. With Yang Ming's participation, the refining progress was much faster. The Herculean goo was different. Although Lan Ling had refined it for a period of time before, she did not succeed after all. The information in her hands was limited, and now it was still in the initial stage of exploration. Chapter 2139. Moreover, the Herculean voodoo was studied by two people together. Lan Ling was only one person now. She had to tell others about the situation and information of the Herculean voodoo. Naturally, the progress was much slower. The most important point was that the refining materials of the Jin Gang voodoo were all complete. The establishment of this Medicine Valley could be said to be a priority for the refining service of the Jin Gang voodoo. Therefore, the refining materials of the Jin Gang voodoo were all available. Every year, Lin Dongfang and others would plant a lot of medicinal materials for the refining of the Jin Gang voodoo. But the Herculean voodoo was different. Although the medicinal materials needed for the Herculean voodoo could be found in this Medicine Valley, the quantity was much less. It couldn't withstand long-term testing. It was estimated that these medicinal materials would be used up after a few times. Therefore, the most urgent matter was that Lan Ling listed all the medicinal materials needed for the Herculean voodoo and increased the number of planting. However, planting medicinal materials wasn't something that could be done overnight. It required a period of growth and maturity. Therefore, although the focus of the research was on the Herculean voodoo every day, it was mostly around theoretical knowledge and not practical experiments. The Jin Gang voodoo was different. There were experiments every day. The problem of the survival rate of the voodoo in the initial stage was successfully solved under Yang Ming's X-ray vision. Now, the refining of the Jin Gang voodoo had officially entered the next step. The first step was the most important and the most difficult step. If the initial larva of the voodoo couldn't be cultivated, the subsequent work couldn't be carried out. The previous defective version of the Jin Gang voodoo was also because the larva of the Jin Gang voodoo couldn't be cultivated, so other methods were used to replace the cultivation of the larva. At first, the blood of wild dogs was used to sacrifice the larva of the voodoo, but Elder Yu made an ingenious change and used human blood. Although the effect was improved a lot, the voodoo was also much more evil. Lin Dongfang was very unhappy, but there was no way to stop Elder Yu from sacrificing. But now it was half successful. The next step was to continue to make this Jin Gang voodoo into a mature voodoo. Of course, there were still many steps after that. However, since the first step was successful, then the following steps would not be so difficult. Day after day, month after month. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year had passed since Yang Ming came to the Medicinal Valley. This half a year was neither long nor short. Although there was some progress in the refinement of the Jin Gang goo, there was still no progress in the refinement of the Herculean goo. Fortunately, all the herbs needed for the Herculean venomous worm had been planted. The next problem was how to develop it. That night, Yang Ming, Lan Ling, and Xia Shui didn't sleep. The three of them lay in the open space of the Medicine Valley and looked up at the starry sky. It's been more than half a year. In the blink of an eye, I've been in the Medicine Valley for more than half a year. I wonder how my family is doing. Yang Ming lamented. I've lost contact with my family. I wonder if Meng Yin and the rest are doing well. Do my parents miss me? Yang Ming, you're going to marry me tomorrow, but you're thinking about another woman today. It's so infuriating. Xia Shui snorted, but she wasn't unhappy. It could be heard that she wasn't angry. In fact, Xia Shui was also lamenting. She left for more than half a year. She didn't know when she could go back. Yang Ming smiled and held Xia Shui in his arms. Tomorrow was the day for him, Xia Shui, Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, and Xiao Susu to get married. According to Lin Dongfang, tomorrow was an auspicious day. He didn't know whether it was true or not, but in any case, the three couples were preparing to get married together. After getting along for more than half a year, Yang Ming and Xia Shui were no longer quarrelsome like before. The relationship between the two was also much more easygoing. The relationship between Xia Shui and Lan Ling was also good. It was time for them to get married. As for Lu Yezi and they also got along very well. There was also some meaning between the two of them, and they were just short of getting married. However, Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu didn't have much to say. When the two of them just arrived at the Medicine Valley, they confirmed their relationship, so the two of them were also very supportive of getting married. Tonight, Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, and Xiao Susu would probably have a sleepless night. Everyone was getting married in this bare Medicine Valley. It was a little novel, but it was also a little miserable. There were no guests, no parents, and no family. This wedding was not a wedding at all. Yang Ming, do you think we can still go out? Although Xia Shui felt that in the Medicine Valley, she could spend the rest of her life with Yang Ming, but she actually wanted to go back. Her family and friends were not here. Everyone would miss them. Of course, Yang Ming smiled and said, in the beginning, the seemingly difficult Jin Gang goo was already beginning to show results, right? Moreover, although the refining of the Jin Gang goo was somewhat difficult, now, under Ling Ling's leadership, everyone has some preliminary results. The herbs in the Medicine Valley have also grown. It can be said that victory is in sight. And I believe in you. Xia Shui nodded solemnly and suddenly smiled. Yang Ming, I really didn't expect that in the end, I would still marry you and let you become my long-term meal ticket. Huh? After listening to Xia Shui's words, Yang Ming couldn't help but think of the scene when he first met Xia Shui. It seemed like it was just yesterday, but in the blink of an eye, Xia Shui was lying in his arms. You're still smiling. I really didn't expect. Xia Shui shook her head. Why? Are you regretting it? Asked Yang Ming. No, I'm just a little surprised, said Xia Shui. The next morning, under the auspices of Lin Dongfang, Lu Qianqi, and Chen Xiaojing, Yang Ming, Xia Shui, and Lan Ling were together. Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu were together. Lu Yezi and were together. They were preparing to get married. Lan Ling was purely here to join in the fun. She said that she had not done the wedding ceremony and wanted to try how it felt. However, Xia Shui and Lan Ling's relationship was very good now. Naturally, she wouldn't mind. With Lan Ling accompanying her, she felt more at ease. Otherwise, she would be nervous to death. One must know that although this was different from a large-scale wedding, it was still considered a wedding here. How could Xia Shui not be nervous? This was a big event of a lifetime. Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, and Xiao Susu were also very nervous. There wasn't a magnificent wedding car, nor a luxurious wedding, but this simple Medicine Valley made everyone feel very warm. Chapter 2140. With heaven and earth as the witness, and the sun and moon as the mediator, a wedding of this standard was not something most people could have. The auspicious time has arrived. First bow to heaven and earth, second bow to the parents, husband and wife bow to each other. Entering the bridal chamber, Lin Dongfang shouted at the top of his voice. Lin Dongfang's voice was immediately met with bursts of laughter. There was no bridal chamber, just the villa from before. It was simply decorated, and some flowers were placed at the door to act as the bridal chamber. The word happiness was also cut on paper. There was no ready-made product here. As for those festive gongs and drums, it was naturally impossible to have them. But this simple wedding made everyone feel that it was not bad, especially when the three couples were having a wedding together. It was very lively. As the saying goes, after a long drought comes rain, meeting an old friend in a foreign land. On the bridal chamber, on the golden roll. Of these four, Yang Ming already had two of them. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land, he met Lu Tianxi, his god-brother in the Medicine Valley. If this was not meeting an old friend in a foreign land, then what was it? On the golden roll, Yang Ming was admitted to university. It was also considered to be on the golden roll. And on the other hand, although he did not encounter it, he got rid of Lin Dongfang's venom for a long time. It was also considered to be rain after a long drought. Now, only the bridal chamber was left. Although Yang Ming had many wives, the ones who were really going to go through the wedding ceremony were Xia Shui and Lan Ling. Under such an atmosphere, it was inevitable that Yang Ming would be very excited. Lu Yezi carried Feng Tianlong carried Xiao Susu, and Yang Ming carried one in each hand, Lan Ling on the left and Xia Shui on the right. They ran to the bridal chamber together. In exchange, Lin Dongfang, Lu Tianxi, and Chen Xiaojing burst into laughter behind them. This was a happy day. After the wedding, they once again entered the intense research and development of the venom. The Gene Gang venom technology was getting more and more mature, and the Herculean venom was being researched with difficulty. Elder Yu came a few more times during this period, but he only put down some necessities and left. He was too lazy to ask about the research results. In the past, he asked a lot, but there was no progress. He did not expect to have any achievements in a short period of time. Elder Yu's attitude allowed Yang Ming and others to take advantage of the loophole. The success of the Jin Gang Gu was in sight, but Elder Yu did not know. This was also the effect that Yang Ming and the others wanted. Jin Gang Gu was refined. Even if it was the complete version of Jin Gang Gu, after they consumed it, they probably couldn't do anything to Elder Yu. He might be able to escape, but it was hard to say whether he could fight head-on with Elder Yu. First of all, the incomplete version of Jin Gang Gu that Elder Yu is currently cultivating was actually not much different from Jin Gang Gu in terms of effect. It was just that there was a time limit. He could not let Jin Gang Gu be effective all the time. Therefore, if they fought head-on, Elder Yu could still run if he couldn't win. Everyone was in an invincible state. No one could do anything to the other. Moreover, who knew if this Jin Gang Gu had any loopholes or backdoors? If Elder Yu knew and everyone didn't, then it would not be fun. At that time, everyone was full of hope to deal with Elder Yu. If he knew the weakness of the Jin Gang Gu, these people would be completely wiped out. Therefore, even if the Jin Gang Gu was refined, everyone would not act rashly. They still had to wait for the Herculean strength Gu to be completed. Because in the records of Lan Miao village, the Herculean strength Gu was the nemesis of the Jin Gang Gu. Only warriors who consumed the Herculean strength Gu could defeat the Jin Gang Gu. However, no one knew what the warriors who consumed the Herculean strength Gu would be like. Because the records were not detailed, Lan Ling could only experiment slowly. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. In the research room, there was good news. That was, the official version of the Jin Gang goo had been refined successfully. However, the quantity was limited. Although the initial materials of the Jin Gang goo were endless, the catalytic enzyme needed for the final step was provided by Elder Yu. It was said that it was passed down together with the refining information of the Jin Gang goo. There was only one small bottle, and it was extinct now. Therefore, although the larvae of the Jin Gang goo were cultivated, only a small portion of them could be successfully catalyzed and become the official version of the Jin Gang goo. This small portion of the Jin Gang goo was only enough for 3 people to consume. In other words, only 3 people could become the beneficiaries of the Jin Gang goo. Of course, this was not a hurry. After the Jin Gang goo was cultivated, they could put it aside first. Then they could settle down and slowly cultivate the Herculean strength goo. After everyone temporarily sealed the Jin Gang goo, all the work focus was on the development of the Herculean strength goo. They hoped to develop the Herculean strength goo as soon as possible. As the days passed, everyone had the experience of studying the Jin Gang goo. The Herculean strength goo was actually not very difficult. The most important thing was still the catalytic enzyme. Just like the Jin Gang goo, for the complete refinement of the Herculean strength goo, it also required an activation catalytic enzyme. Without the catalytic enzyme, it was impossible. This catalytic enzyme was not fortunately passed down like the Jin Gang goo. This depended on everyone's configuration, so the difficulty of the work could be seen at once. This was quite difficult. Therefore, everyone's research focus was on the catalytic enzyme. Yang Ming also had some achievements now because he had learned medical skills. Naturally, he also participated in it and planned to contribute. Of course, the cultivation of the goo worm could not be taken lightly. Both were carried out at the same time. Everyone had rich experience, and the speed of the research was naturally faster. On this day, there was finally some progress on the Herculean strength goo. The goo worm of the Herculean strength goo had been successfully cultivated. Now it was the research of the catalytic enzyme. LW came a few more times, but everyone had a tacit understanding and didn't show anything. LW naturally left without any doubt. It was not that Elder Yu trusted these people so much that he did not install some monitoring equipment in the Medicine Valley to monitor everyone. It was because he was afraid that Yang Ming and the others in the Medicine Valley would contact the outside world, so he blocked the radio signal here. Therefore, even if he installed the monitoring equipment himself, he could not transmit a signal. In this way, it was convenient for Yang Ming and the others to do some little tricks behind the scenes, and Elder Yu naturally would not find anything. Finally, with everyone's efforts, the catalytic enzyme of the Herculean strength goo was successfully refined. This was great news, and everyone was very happy. Although it was only a successful refinement, it did not mean that it could be used after success. It also did not mean that the voodoo of the Herculean strength goo could be refined after using it. However, this was a good start. This was also half the success. How could everyone not be happy? Chapter 2141. So in the evening, under the advocacy of Yang Ming, everyone held a small banquet to celebrate. At the banquet, everyone drank a lot of wine. Although the wine was brewed by themselves, it was not intoxicating. Everyone was happy. It was likely that success was in front of them. So this night, everyone was drunk in the end. They slept in the open air on the open space of the Medicine Valley. However, the next thing was not smooth. Under the effect of the catalytic enzyme, the Herculean voodoo failed several times. The concentration of the catalytic enzyme also had a high requirement. The catalytic enzyme of the Jin Gang voodoo was pre-configured. There was only one bottle, and it was handed down from a long time ago. So as long as it was added, then it could be refined into the Jin Gang voodoo. However, the catalytic enzyme of the Herculean voodoo was different. The concentration and dilution had to be adjusted by themselves. Even the slightest deviation was not allowed. However, at this level of research, everyone would not be too anxious. One day, the research would be successful, so there was no need to be too anxious. It would be a mistake because of short-sightedness. At the same time, in a house in Songjiang City, two people were sitting in front of a computer. These two people were Dong Jun and Huang Yukai. The two people had opened their hearts and talked about each other's matters. Huang Yukai also knew Dong Jun's difficulties and the many reasons why he gave up dealing with Yangming. Dong Jun also knew Huang Youcai's current thoughts. There was no hatred in Huang Youcai's heart, and he had become a normal person. His only hope was to let his sister, Huang Lele, live a happy life, but the premise was that Yangming could return safely. Therefore, Huang Yukai was particularly concerned about Yangming's safety. At this moment, Dong Jun was chatting with Dr. Benjamin. "Falcon, how have you been recently? Is there any news of the little girl and Sun Sikong?" Dr. Benjamin's question was almost the same as every time. It was mechanical. "Doctor, you also know that after they left Songjiang City, they should not have come back. I have tried my best to monitor them, but there is no news." Dong Jun lied directly. "And I know. You just do your job." Dr. Benjamin said faintly. "Yes, I understand." Dong Jun replied. "By the way, aren't you going to deal with Yangming? How are you handling it?" asked Dr. Benjamin suddenly. Dong Jun was stunned. He did not expect Dr. Benjamin to suddenly ask about this matter. He was a little caught off guard. However, Dr. Benjamin could not see Dong Jun's expression through the computer screen. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him not to reveal any flaws. "Doctor, I haven't done anything to him recently. I've obeyed your orders and temporarily put aside my personal grudges. I haven't done anything to Yangming." Dong Jun replied. "Oh, what is Yangming doing now?" Dr. Benjamin continued to ask. Dong Jun looked at the question on the screen strangely and quickly replied, "Doctor, I'm sorry. I need to go to the toilet. I'll be right back." "Well, you go ahead. We'll talk about it when you come back." Dr. Benjamin did not seem to suspect that Dong Jun was lying to him. "Yukai, help me analyze it. Why is Dr. Benjamin suddenly interested in Yangming? In the past, when I took the initiative to mention it, he didn't want me to trouble Yangming. Why did he suddenly mention this today? I don't quite understand it, because I'm not very familiar with Dr. Benjamin. My impression of him comes from your description." Huang Yukai smiled bitterly. "But I think since he asked you this, he should be interested in something about Yangming, or he found something." "Found what? It can't be, right? He found out that I want to betray him?" Dong Jun asked. "This is hard to say, but the possibility is not high." Huang Yukai shook his head. "But I think that if he asks you something, you should answer normally. Don't hide it. Let's see what Dr. Benjamin means first." "All right." Dong Jun nodded and pretended to have just returned from the toilet. He said to Dr. Benjamin, "Doctor, I'm back. What did you just ask? Yangming?" "Yes. What has Yangming been doing recently? Do you have any news about him?" asked Dr. Benjamin. "Before that, I always wanted to deal with him, so I cooperated with a person called Elder Yu." Dong Jun did not hide it, as Huang Yukai said. He told the plan to deal with Yangming to Elder Yu. After that, he went to Miaojiang to deal with Elder Yu. "So, he is not on your side now, but he went to Miaojiang?" asked Dr. Benjamin. "This is the case. He has been gone for half a year," said Dong Jun then. "Do you have any news about him? Did Elder Yu successfully deal with him?" asked Dr. Benjamin. I don't know. Since you didn't let me continue to deal with Yangming, I thought about using Elder Yu to teach Yangming a lesson. I didn't know the specific result," said Dong Jun. "I haven't been in contact with Elder Yu recently. I really don't know." "Oh, then you contact him and ask if Yangming is still alive," said Dr. Benjamin. "Okay, no problem. But doctor, why are you suddenly interested in Yangming?" asked Dong Jun inexplicably. "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask," replied Dr. Benjamin. Dong Jun was very depressed, but he still replied, "Yes. However, it's okay to tell you this. I received news that Yangming has some special abilities, which are superpowers. It seems to have something to do with the glasses we were looking for. For the specific situation, I haven't found the exact evidence here. I am investigating Yangming, so I want you to understand it first," said Dr. Benjamin. "What? Yangming? He has superpowers?" Dong Jun was stunned and said, "Okay, then I will ask." Dong Jun didn't know whether Yang Ming had superpowers, but since Yang Ming could join the Supernatural Investigation Bureau and be valued by the people of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, he naturally had Yang Ming's abilities. So, Dong Jun would believe that Yang Ming really had any superpowers. However, Dr. Benjamin is going to deal with Yang Ming. Is this good or bad for me? Dong Jun frowned. He was somewhat happy and worried. On the one hand, if Dr. Benjamin wanted to deal with Yang Ming, then Yang Ming had to be an enemy of Dr. Benjamin. As for helping him get away from the central control, it was also equivalent to helping Dr. Benjamin. It was a convenient thing. Chapter 2142. But on the other hand, Yang Ming was Dong Jun's trump card to deal with Dr. Benjamin. If Dr. Benjamin figured out Yang Ming's details early, how could he win by surprise? When Yang Ming's weakness was also known by him, wouldn't Dong Jun be at a disadvantage? I just heard about it. I haven't gotten the specific information yet, so you should help me investigate it. Dr. Benjamin said, haven't you fought with Yang Ming so many times? Don't you know if Yang Ming has any special abilities? I really didn't pay attention to it. Dong Jun was telling the truth. He wasn't lying. When I fought with him, I only knew that he was the apprentice of the King of Assassins, Fong Tian. The next generation of King of Assassins is very powerful. But other than that, I really don't know what other abilities he has. Well, no matter what, you should investigate first, Dr. Benjamin said. I will also start investigating. Okay, no problem, Dong Jun said. I will try to contact the people around Yang Ming to see if there is any situation. Okay, but you have to be careful. Don't let anyone find any flaws. Dr. Benjamin reminded, if there is any flaw, even if you die, don't say anything about Central. Don't worry, Dr. Benjamin. I will be careful. Dong Jun was very happy. During this period of contact with the people around Yang Ming, he had a feeling of anxiety. He was afraid that if he contacted more, Dr. Benjamin would suspect something. But now it was good. He could contact them casually, and he didn't have to worry that Dr. Benjamin would find anything unusual. Thinking of this, Dong Jun continued, Yang Ming and I are brothers. No one will be suspicious if we go around. That's good. Dr. Benjamin said, that's it for now. Contact me at any time. You should also contact Elder Yu and see if there is any news about Yang Ming. Okay, I will contact him in a while, Dong Jun said. Shortly after Dong Jun's words, the network connection over there was disconnected. Obviously, Dr. Benjamin went to do other things. Dong Jun also took a deep breath. I don't know what is wrong with Dr. Benjamin. I heard that Yang Ming has special abilities, and it is related to glasses. I have to find a way to divert his attention. Otherwise, the more he knows about Yang Ming, the more disadvantageous it is. This is hard to say, but you shouldn't be too obvious. Otherwise, Dr. Benjamin will be suspicious. Huang Yukai suggested. I understand. Dong Jun nodded. Dr. Benjamin will report some news about Yang Ming. Let him feel that with him is an insignificant person with him. He will give up the investigation. Otherwise, it will be a bit difficult. This is the only way, said Huang Yukai. Next, Dong Jun's phone call was called to Elder Yu. He was ready to ask about Yang Ming's news. During this time, Dong Jun had disappeared. He almost didn't call to ask him to deal with Yang Ming. This made Elder Yu relieved. After all, Dong Jun wanted to kill Yang Ming. Elder Yu couldn't do it yet. Yang Ming was now studying the Jin Gang voodoo for him. Why would Elder Yu kill Yang Ming at this time? So it was better if Dong Jun didn't call to urge him. But at the same time, Elder Yu was a little lost. He finally caught Yang Ming and got Yang Ming to do things for him. This was something worth showing off. He wanted to show off to Dong Jun, but Dong Jun seemed to be indifferent. This made Elder Yu very hurt. Just as he was depressed, Dong Jun's phone call came, and it made Elder Yu's spirit lift. I say, behind-the-scenes boss, you haven't contacted me for a while. What happened today? Why did you suddenly call me? Elder Yu picked up the phone and asked. Elder Yu, I don't have an opponent here. I'm a little bored. I suddenly missed Yang Ming, so I called to ask you. How is my opponent now? Dong Jun asked lazily. You asked Yang Ming. He is still the same. I caught him to study voodoo. Why? You don't have an opponent, so you feel a little uncomfortable? Elder Yu showed off his ability in front of Dong Jun and felt very refreshed. After all, Elder Yu had failed repeatedly before, and he had been despised by Dong Jun. At this time, there was an opportunity. Naturally, he had to boast more. I made your opponent work as a coolie. I'm really sorry. There is nothing to be sorry about. Why? Haven't you killed him yet? Asked Dong Jun. Kill him? Such a good coolie. If I kill him, he will be gone. How can I kill him? Elder Yu asked. Aren't you lonely without an opponent? Why do you still want me to kill him? Oh, whether you kill him or not, he is trapped at your place. It has little to do with me. I can't see him, and I can't show off anything. So you might as well kill him directly. Dong Jun said this deliberately. He was a very observant person. After listening to Elder Yu's tone, he knew that it was impossible for him to kill Yang Ming for the time being. So he deliberately said this to further test Elder Yu's tone. Kill him, and you will be my coolie? Elder Yu was still a little afraid of Dong Jun. He could joke, but Elder Yu didn't dare to really go against him because he knew that there seemed to be a big force behind Dong Jun. This force also had strength that was not inferior to the power of Elder Yu's Jin Gang Voodoo. Therefore, he still didn't dare to speak too harshly to Dong Jun, except for cooperation. Hee, I wanna, but the person behind me won't let me. Dong Jun smiled. You're Jin Gang Voodoo. Haven't you researched it yet? No, how can it be so fast? Elder Yu said, how about this? If you have nothing to do and want to show your victory posture in front of Yang Ming, come and play. I will take you to see Yang Ming's coolie. In fact, Elder Yu just wanted to show off his strength and his attitude as a victor. Yang Ming was not caught by Dong Jun. What could Dong Jun show? Forget it. Dong Jun was ecstatic, but he pretended not to care on the surface. Don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. What can I show if I go? Haha, I really don't mean anything else. If you don't want to come, don't accuse a good person. Elder Yu stopped talking and smiled bitterly. Chapter 2143. Let me think about it. Dong Jun originally wanted to see Yang Ming and see if he could help Yang Ming. He wanted to act as an insider to deal with Elder Yu. However, Dr. Benjamin did not speak, so he did not dare to leave at will. Therefore, he could only patronize Elder Yu first. Okay, if you don't have any interest at that time, you can come to my place as a guest. Looking at Yang Ming's current coolie, it's actually quite refreshing. Elder Yu said, after all, we are also old partners and old partners. Okay, let me think about it. If there is nothing else, I will go. Dong Jun's words seemed to agree, but in fact, it sounded like he did not agree. Okay, I will wait for you. Elder Yu also heard Dong Jun's patronizing, so he did not force him and said with some regret. After hanging up the phone, Dong Jun laughed. Ha ha, I really didn't expect that Elder Yu actually invited me to see Yang Ming. This is a great thing. Yeah, if you go, it shouldn't be difficult to kill Elder Yu. But for this matter, you have to consider the Central and Dr. Benjamin's reaction. Secondly, you can't be too anxious. If you're too anxious, you won't be able to achieve the effect. You have to wait until Elder Yu wants you to go, then you can use your means. He won't be on guard. Huang Yukai said, if you go now, he will definitely be on guard against you. That's right. Dong Jun nodded and said, during this time, I will often call Elder Yu and get to know each other better. This is a good idea. Huang Yukai also nodded. In the Medicine Valley, Yang Ming naturally didn't know that so many things were happening outside. He also didn't know that Dong Jun had actually turned over a new leaf and was plotting with him to kill Elder Yu. Because Yang Ming's energy was mainly on the refining of the Hercules voodoo. Ignoring the difficulties, another month passed in a blink of an eye. The Hercules voodoo was finally successfully refined under the full efforts of Yang Ming and others. However, following that, there was a very serious problem. That was, although the Hercules voodoo was successfully refined, it could not be taken casually. It must be nourished with a nutrient solution to exert the effect of the Hercules voodoo. On the contrary, if the Hercules voodoo was poisoned without the nutrient solution, not only it could not exert the effect of the Hercules voodoo, but it would also be weak. The Hercules voodoo devour all the nutrients in the body and slowly die. Who dared to experiment with such a scary voodoo poison? In the absence of a nutrient solution, who would dare to try it casually? Therefore, Yang Ming and others didn't feel the joy of researching the vigor voodoo at all. Instead, they felt a deep worry. Now, the next step was to find a suitable nutrient solution for the Herculean venom. Therefore, the people who were just ready to breathe a sigh of relief once again immersed themselves in the research and development. A variety of nutrient solutions were developed and placed in the test equipment of the Hercules voodoo. However, some of them did not have any effect. Instead, they directly poisoned the Hercules voodoo to death. Some of them had no effect. Although they could not poison the Hercules voodoo to death, the Hercules voodoo would die when the time was up. It was useless. There were only a few nutrient solutions that could let the Hercules voodoo live for a few more hours. But these few hours had no effect, because no matter how much nutrient solution was added, it could only let the Hercules voodoo live for 1 or 2 more hours. It could not let it live for another minute or second. It seems that these ordinary nutrient solutions that we have developed are not suitable. Yang Ming sighed and said, "We can only think of other ways." During the break, Yang Ming said with a bitter smile, "Yeah, ordinary nutrient solutions have no effect on this Hercules voodoo." Lan Ling said, "But for the time being, we can't think of other ways." Lu Qianqi was playing with the small bottle that contained the quick cicada voodoo. These few days, he had developed an interest in the quick cicada voodoo. When he had nothing to do, he liked to study the quick cicada voodoo. He wanted to see if he could understand the principle of the quick cicada voodoo. The quick cicada voodoo, this little thing, actually had a tenacious vitality. After being pricked by Yang Ming, nothing happened. The needle was removed, and it lived very well. However, in the bottle, the quick cicada voodoo secreted a thick layer of transparent liquid. He did not know what it was for. Lu Qianqi had nothing to do, so he used a dropper to extract some of the transparent liquid. He wanted to study what it was. After all, this quick cicada voodoo could secrete things without eating or drinking. Moreover, it lived very well. This made Lu Qianqi very puzzled. How did this quick cicada voodoo live? Of course, this kind of strange voodoo could not be judged with common sense. Therefore, Lu Qianqi studied it as a form of entertainment. What is that? Do you want to put it in the petri dish of the Herculean voodoo? Yang Ming saw that the quick cicada voodoo was living very well, and there was this transparent liquid in the bottle, so he suddenly said this. After Lu Qianqi heard Yang Ming's words, he was slightly stunned. Then he really dripped the transparent liquid in the dropper into the petri dish of the Herculean voodoo. Then he extracted some of the liquid and prepared to put it into the instrument for testing. No one cared about this matter. However, the next day, when everyone was about to continue studying the new petri dish, they found that the Herculean voodoo that was dripped into the petri dish with the transparent liquid yesterday was living very well. Not only did it not die, but it was even more active. Everyone was dumbfounded by the phenomenon in front of them. They did not expect such a situation to occur. The transparent liquid secreted by the quick cicada voodoo could actually be used as a nutrient for the Herculean voodoo. Although it sounded unimaginable, the goo poison was a very unimaginable thing. Even Lan Ling couldn't explain many of the principles behind it. Therefore, everyone was very happy about this important discovery. Lu Qianqi quickly extracted some transparent liquid and put it into the petri dish of the Herculean voodoo. He was prepared to see the results tomorrow. As a result, the next day, they found that the Herculean voodoo was still living very happily. Chapter 2144. If it was in the past, the Herculean venomous worm would have died long ago. In other words, it could be deduced that the transparent liquid secreted by the swift cicada goo was the nutrient that nourished the Herculean goo. As long as he continued to confirm it over a long period of time, he could completely confirm this conjecture. Thinking of this possibility, everyone was happy again. Every day, They happily observed the survival of the Herculean venomous insect. After nearly half a month of testing, it was now basically certain that the transparent liquid secreted by the swift cicada goo was the nutrient that nourished the Herculean goo. As for the Herculean goo, when they were not activated, just one drop of the nutrient liquid was enough to sustain their survival. However, if you open the container containing the Herculean venomous worms and disturb their tranquility, they will become active. This is the time when the nutrient solution will be consumed the most. One could clearly see with the naked eye that the nutrient liquid was quickly devoured by these goo worms. If a new nutrient solution was not added or the lid of the container was closed to allow the parasites to regain their peace, then these parasites would quickly devour their own kind until they died. In such a frightening situation, no one dared to experiment on a real person. No one could guarantee what would happen to the Herculean strength goo after it was swallowed. If it was not maintained by the swift cicada goo secretion, what would happen? Therefore, after a unanimous discussion, everyone decided to use animals instead of humans for the experiment. Therefore, during these days, everyone began to let pigs, dogs, chickens, ducks, white mice, and other animals take the Herculean goo. Then, they began to observe these animals that took the Herculean goo. After a long period of observation and experiment, they came to a conclusion. That was, the animals that had taken the Herculean venomous insect could live a normal life every day without any problems. However, once a fight broke out between them, for example, a dog and a cat, the dog would become extremely strong and could kick the cat to death with one kick. On the other hand, if the cat that had consumed the Herculean venomous worm had the upper hand, it could also kick a wolf to death. From this, it could be seen that the role of the Herculean voodoo was very powerful. It could almost make animals become extremely strong. Of course, this was only a benefit. Similarly, there were benefits and disadvantages. The disadvantage was that after these animals activated the Herculean worm in their bodies, although they became extremely strong, they would soon become dispirited and unable to even crawl. They would lie on the ground, and no matter what they ate or did, they could hardly move. This kind of situation made Yang Ming and the others even more shocked after seeing it. In that case, who would dare to casually consume the Herculean venomous insect? And everyone randomly fed the nutrient liquid secreted by the swift cicada goo to a few animals with this condition. And the animals that took the nutrient liquid instantly became active. Their vitality returned, and they became as lively as before. As for those animals that didn't take the nutrient solution, they would slowly walk towards death. The animals that took the nutrient solution were lively again. And according to the species of the animals, these animals that took the nutrient solution could activate the Herculean venomous insect for another 5 times. And after that, they would return to their previous state, unable to move at all. It could be seen that the Herculean venomous insect needed to be used with a nutrient solution. If it wasn't used with a nutrient solution, then after consuming it, the only thing left would be death. But this nutrient solution was secreted by the swift cicada goo. Not to mention the small amount, they couldn't carry the swift cicada goo with them all the time, right? What if the swift cicada goo ran away, died, or something else happened? This Herculean venomous insect was powerful, but who would dare to consume it? So, after understanding the principle of the Herculean venomous insect, everyone couldn't help but look at each other. Who would dare to eat this kind of thing? Why don't I eat it? Feng Tianlong was the first to volunteer. He stood up and said, "Everyone knows about Su Su's situation. So, if I eat the Herculean venomous insect, then I'll just die in the future. It's not a big deal. What kind of joke is this?" Before Feng Tianlong could finish, Yang Ming rejected him. "Didn't you and Su Su plan to have a child? If you die, what will happen to your child? What are you thinking? I don't agree." This, Feng Tianlong didn't think so much before. Now that Yang Ming reminded him, he hesitated. That's right, he had a child. If he ate the Herculean venomous insect and died, what would happen to his child? Okay, that's enough. Don't do this kind of thing that you don't have confidence in. Yang Ming said decisively. I suggest that our next goal is to analyze the nutrient solution secreted by the swift cicada goo and find a way to breed and replace it in batches. Before we find a way to replace it, we can't just randomly eat the Herculean venomous insect. Isn't this a joke? Without the nutrient solution, we can only wait for death. I think it's better to let Elder you eat the Herculean venomous insect. Yang Ming is right. We can't be reckless. Lin Dongfang nodded and agreed. Since we've been waiting for so long, a few more days won't make a difference. Let's study it a little more. Maybe we can find a replacement for the nutrient solution. I agree with Yang Ming too. Lu Qianqi said, we've already achieved unimaginable results. A few more days won't make a difference. Let's study the composition of the nutrient solution first. It's best not to do such a risky thing. We need to play it safe. Lin Dongfang and Lu Qianqi had the same point of view. The others were Yang Ming's team members, so they followed Yang Ming's lead. Since everyone had decided, the next step was to study the nutrient solution secreted by the swift cicada goo. So, everyone was busy again, but everyone's hearts were full of confidence. Before Yang Ming came, everyone had lost their confidence. But now, not only was the research on the Jin Gang goo successful, but the Herculean venomous insect was also successful. The only problem was the nutrient solution. LBU still didn't know that Yang Ming and others had achieved such a significant result. He thought that they hadn't found anything yet, so he still sent them some daily necessities every once in a while. He didn't even show up, only sending a subordinate to deliver things to Yang Ming. As for the research progress, he was too lazy to ask. Chapter 2145. There had been no progress for so many years. It had only been half a year. Could there be any results? Elder Yu didn't believe it. Therefore, he still did what he should do. He didn't care much about the research progress of Yang Ming and others in the Medicine Valley at all. After the research of Yang Ming, Lu Qianqi, Lan Ling, and others, they found that the liquid secreted by the quick cicada goo was actually a kind of goo poison. If there was a large amount, it could cause dementia. Only when the amount was just right could it be used as a nutrient for the Herculean goo. In other words, this nutrient liquid could not be eaten casually. It could not be eaten too much or too little. It could only be eaten just enough every time to maintain the activity of the Herculean goo in the body. Otherwise, it would either become an idiot or be devoured by the Herculean goo. This was a breakthrough research development, but this development was not very helpful to everyone. The reason was very simple. Everyone still did not dare to try the Herculean goo. Who dared to eat this kind of goo poison? In the following days, everyone's research focus was still on the nutrient liquid of the Herculean goo. The amount of nutrient liquid secreted by the quick cicada goo was not only small, but it also had great side effects. It could not be taken too much at a time. This brought great inconvenience to the user of the Herculean goo. This was because if he could only take a small amount of the nutrient solution, that was to say, he could only let the Herculean venomous worm take effect once to 5 times. After that, his entire body would be paralyzed and limp on the ground without a trace of strength. This was a fatal flaw in battle. If the nutrient liquid was suddenly used up while fighting with the enemy, and the activity of the Herculean goo was gone, then he could only become a paralyzed person lying on the ground. Wasn't that waiting to be killed by the enemy? Therefore, this nutrient liquid was quite undesirable. They couldn't drink the nutrient liquid in the middle of a battle, right? Moreover, after everyone's research, they found that after the nutrient liquid left the main body of the quick cicada goo, if it was not with the main body of the quick cicada goo, then it would lose its activity after dozens of hours, and the nutrient liquid would lose its effect. In this way, the difficulty of taking it increased. Who could use a dropper to extract a little of the quick cicada goo's nutrient liquid during a battle? Firstly, he didn't have the time. Secondly, if he was attacked by the enemy during the extraction process, wouldn't he be done for? If the swift cicada goo's vessel was broken and the swift cicada goo escaped, then the person who was hit by the Herculean goo could only wait for death. Such a dangerous thing was simply not feasible. Thus, Everyone's research direction was to find other nutrient fluids to replace the nutrient fluids secreted by the fascicated goo. However, even though they were all experienced experts, it was still extremely difficult for them to find a nutrient solution. This was because the liquid secreted by the quick cicada goo was an active liquid. It was similar to another type of goo poison. It was not something that could be replaced by ordinary medicinal liquid. Furthermore, there was no way to analyze the composition of the liquid secreted by the quick cicada goo. This was a liquid that was similar to goo poison. How could there be any components to analyze? Therefore, under such circumstances, it was basically equivalent to everyone's experiments coming to a halt. Everyone simply wasn't in a hurry to study it. They temporarily stopped and slowly looked for a replacement for the nutrient solution. They wanted to see if there was anything that could have the same effect as this nutrient solution. While everyone was looking for a replacement for the nutrient solution, there were two good news in the Medicine Valley. That was Xiao Susu and Yi were both pregnant. Yang Ming, Xia Shui, and Lan Ling discussed for a while. They didn't want a child for the time being. They planned to talk about it when they went back. After all, Yang Ming and Lan Ling were the main forces in the study of voodoo. If Lan Ling was pregnant, it was impossible to study these things. Xia Shui and Lan Ling were not pregnant, so she couldn't be special. Therefore, the two of them discussed that they would talk about it after returning to Songjiang City. When Lin Dongfang heard that Yi was pregnant, he couldn't stop smiling. In addition to studying voodoo every day, he studied how to adjust Yi and Susu's body. Then, he thought about what name to give to his grandson. Although Lu Yezi and Yi both felt that it was a bit too early to study this. After all, she was just pregnant. She didn't even know if it was a boy or a girl. How could she study the naming problem? However, Lin Dongfang was happy about it, and no one could disturb his mood. Regarding Xiao Susu and Yi's pregnancy, it was naturally impossible to hide it from Elder Yu, because Yang Ming wanted to ask Elder Yu for some necessities for pregnant women. Elder Yu didn't feel that there was anything wrong with this matter. He didn't seem to care at all. In his opinion, Yang Ming and the others could do whatever they wanted in the Medicine Valley. It had nothing to do with him whether they had children or not. What he cared about was the Jin Gang voodoo. As long as they didn't refine the Jin Gang voodoo, these people wouldn't be able to leave the Medicine Valley. However, in order to appease Yang Ming and the others so that they could study the Herculean voodoo with peace of mind, Elder Yu sent some people to deliver some necessities for pregnant women. At the same time, he also sent some nutritional supplements for Yi and Susu. Whatever Elder Yu gave, Yang Ming naturally wanted it. He didn't refuse it, and he gratefully said to the people sent by Elder Yu that he would try his best to study the Jin Gang voodoo as soon as possible. Regarding this, Elder Yu didn't believe it. He knew Yang Ming too well. This kid would definitely play tricks when he had the chance. But in the current situation, Elder Yu was confident that Yang Ming couldn't play any tricks. In the Medicine Valley, it was almost impossible to get out without the help of modern machinery, unless it was those people who had the ability to fly and walk on walls. However, those people usually didn't show up. They were almost isolated from the secular world, so Elder Yu wasn't worried about this. With the appearance of two expectant mothers, the Medicine Valley also became lively. Every day, everyone only spent the morning studying the nutrient replacement for the Herculean voodoo. In the afternoon, Yang Ming would bring everyone to the jungles and streams in the Medicine Valley to pick some fresh fruits for them to eat. As for Lan Ling and Xia Shui, they curiously asked Yi and Susu about their experiences and feelings of pregnancy. They had to go through this step in the future. At this time, when they saw others pregnant, they naturally wouldn't let go of the opportunity to ask for advice. Originally, the days passed peacefully, but one day, Yang Ming found a strange spring. This was the furthest place from where Yang Ming lived in the Medicine Valley. It was almost from the edge of one diameter to the other. If they continued forward, they would reach the end of the Medicinal Valley. It was behind a huge mountain. Chapter 2146. And the location of that strange mountain spring was directly behind this mountain. In the past, No one had come to such a faraway location, but because they wanted to find a substitute for the nutrient solution, they had no choice but to travel further and further. They ate all the exotic flowers and herbs in the Medicine Valley to try the method of preparing the nutrient solution. However, most of the exotic flowers and herbs in the Medicine Valley were tried, but there was still no solution. None of the exotic flowers and herbs could keep the vigor goo active. For the time being, it seemed that the nutrient solution of the swift cicada goo could not be replaced. Although there was an electric scooter in the Medicine Valley, because of the size of the Medicine Valley, even if they took an electric scooter, it would take a day to reach the end. And this was without stopping. After all, the speed of the electric scooter was not fast. It was just the most ordinary electric scooter. It could not be compared with a car at all, and it could not be compared with a hybrid car that used electricity. So this time, everyone went to the edge of the Medicine Valley to find a substitute for the vigor goo. They simply treated it as a trip. They drove 2 electric scooters, one driven by Yang Ming and the other driven by Lu Yezi. They saw a lot of scenery along the way. At night, they slept in the car or on the ground in the open. They had a lot of fun. Anyway, it was spring all year round here. The climate was pleasant, so they did not have to worry about catching a cold. Everyone was an expert in biology. They had their own means of repelling mosquitoes, so they did not have to worry about being bitten by mosquitoes. The end of the Medicine Valley is in front. Lu Qianqi introduced to Yang Ming. We only came here once when we first came to the Medicine Valley. After that, we never came here again because of the remote location and the lack of rare herbs, so we never came here again. What is behind this mountain? Yang Ming pointed to the steep mountain wall and asked. Behind this mountain is not the boundary of Miaojiang. In fact, we are now out of the boundary of Miaojiang. Behind this mountain, I heard that there is a small mountain village called West Star Mountain Village. However, the villagers there have never climbed over this mountain. The back of this mountain is too steep. If you fall, you will fall to your death. Moreover, there are many wild beasts on the mountain. We often come here and can pick up the corpses of the wild beasts that fell to their deaths. Look over there. Isn't there a wild boar that fell down, and it is still fresh? Our lunch is here. Lin Dongfang smiled and pointed at something not far away. So that's how it is. Yang Ming nodded. If there's no signal here, is there no signal in West Star Mountain Village? It's possible. There are no cell phone base stations here, but there should be satellite phones. However, in that kind of small town, how many people can afford satellite phones? Lin Dongfang smiled and said, In fact, I've only heard about it. I haven't even seen it once in my life. Yang Ming used his special ability, and through the mountain, he saw a small village on the opposite side of the mountain. The village was not very prosperous, and every family relied on farming for a living. There were also some hunters who hunted in the mountain, but they were all near the foot of the mountain. This mountain was really too high, and no one would go deep into the mountain. It was too dangerous. There were also more beasts on this mountain. Yang Ming withdrew his special ability. Even if he knew that there was a small town on the opposite side, it was useless. Yang Ming sighed and turned to look at Lu Qianqi. This Medicine Valley is surrounded by mountains. There is no gap or anything. Can we get out? Yang Ming knew that Lu Qianqi and Lin Dongfang had probably checked around several times in the beginning and didn't find a way out, but he still couldn't help but ask with some unwillingness. Yes, there are cliffs on all sides. This is a natural valley. If you don't use a modern helicopter or lifting equipment, it is impossible to go up. Lu Qianqi said, unless there's a legendary martial arts master who can leap onto the roof and walk on the wall. Then if we take the Herculean voodoo, isn't it equivalent to being a martial arts master? Yang Ming said with a smile, if we have extraordinary strength, we can hook our claws into the stone wall of the cliff, and then we can go up step by step, right? What's the difference between this and a martial arts master? That's true. If we also take the Jing Gang voodoo, then we will become inferior to swords and spears. It is similar to the legendary Golden Bell, Iron Mantle in the martial arts world. We also have the Iron Sampalm and Jing Gang Finger, so we are really no different from those martial arts masters. Lu Yezi also nodded and said, these two voodoo are really good things. After eating them, we will become masters. Good things. Do you dare to eat them? Yang Ming smiled bitterly and asked, the Jin Gang voodoo is better. After you eat the Herculean voodoo, let's see what you can do in the future. Ugh, Lu Yezi laughed twice and said, am I not just saying it casually? But when we find a nutrient replacement for the quick cicada voodoo, can't we take the Herculean voodoo? That depends on what the replacement is and whether it can be mass-produced and carried around. Otherwise, there will still be problems. Yang Ming considered it more thoroughly. This is also true. Lu Yezi nodded. Today, let's roast the wild boar here, right? Tomorrow, let's go to other places. You guys eat, I don't want to eat. Yi and Susu frowned when they heard the roast wild boar. They were pregnant and already had some reactions, so they couldn't eat greasy things. They only liked to eat some light fruits and the like. Fortunately, there was no lack of these in the Medicine Valley. There were all kinds of fruits, so the two of them didn't have to worry about not having anything to eat. No problem. I will help you pick some fruits, said Lu Yezi. I will go and pick up some dry wood and prepare to start a fire, said Feng Tianlong. I will go and get some water. There seems to be a spring over there. Yang Ming's eyes could see further. He immediately saw a small spring next to the mountain wall, not far away. Each of them had their own division of labor, so they were busy all of a sudden. However, when Yang Ming walked towards the spring, he found that the color of the spring water was not transparent and clear, but a color that was close to blue. This made Yang Ming feel very strange, and he didn't dare to act rashly. In the wild, things couldn't be eaten indiscriminately, and water couldn't be drunk indiscriminately. No one knew if there were any special substances in this blue water. So after Yang Ming pondered for a while, he decided to take some back for everyone to see. Yang Ming filled the container with a little spring water. The water in the container looked even more blue under the sunlight. Chapter 21:47. Looking at the light blue spring water in the container, Yang Ming frowned. Why is this spring water so weird? As for tasting it, he definitely didn't dare to taste it now. If there was any toxicity, then he would be done for. At this time, Feng Tianlong had already gotten some dry firewood, and Lu Yezi had also gotten a lot of fruits. Lin Dongfang and Lu Tianqi were cleaning up the wild boar. When the four of them saw Yang Ming coming back with only a small amount of water in his hand, they were stunned. Bro, how can you get so little water for us to eat? Can't you get more? Lu Yezi asked, puzzled. It's not that I don't want to get more. Look at this water. There seems to be a problem. As Yang Ming spoke, he walked over and put the water container in his hand on the ground in front of Lin Dongfang and others. Lin Dongfang glanced at the container that Yang Ming put on the ground and was suddenly stunned. He had been here for so long, but he had never seen blue spring water in the Medicine Valley, so it was very strange at this time. Lu Tianqi was the same. He lowered his head and carefully looked at the spring water that Yang Ming brought over. After a while, he said, this water is blue. There should be some unknown substance in it. Let's not drink it. It's better to test it now. Let's eat first, Yang Ming suggested. Isn't there a lot of drinking water in the car? It's fine if we don't use this water. There's no hurry, right? That's fine too. Let's eat first. Lin Dongfang nodded, because it was indeed time to eat. Everyone was hungry. After working for a long time, it was indeed a little overdraft, so Lin Dongfang also nodded in agreement. Okay. Lu Tianqi first put the container aside, then walked to the car. He was going to get some drinking water to wash the wild boar and fruits. Everyone was ready for a good meal. Every day, everyone was self-reliant, so soon the food was ready and everyone started eating. Because there was still the task of testing the spring water later, everyone did not drink. After a quick bite to fill their stomachs, they stood up and prepared to study the spring water. Now, whenever a strange thing was discovered in the Medicinal Valley, everyone would be very excited because this thing could possibly replace the nutrient liquids secreted by the swift cicada goo. Although he had the quick cicada goo with him at all times, as long as he took the risk and consumed the vigor goo, it was still a solution. However, this method was too dangerous. Moreover, long-term consumption of the swift cicada goo's secreted nutrient fluid could easily cause one to become mentally retarded. Therefore, Yang Ming firmly disagreed, with everyone using this Herculean goo. The side effects were too great and completely uncontrollable. Most of the experimental equipment was in the back of the car, because every time they found exotic flowers and herbs, they would do experiments on the spot. It was too troublesome to return to the experimental base, so it was more convenient to come here at any time. Soon, the spring water was placed on a temporary test bench, and everyone got busy. Yang Ming couldn't help much with this kind of technical work, so he just stood aside and waited for the result. When he was bored, he would chat with Lan Ling and Xia Shui. We set off in May. In the blink of an eye, it's the end of the year. It's New Year's Day soon. Half a year passed really quickly. Xia Shui sighed and said, "At that time, the situation on the plane with you and Huang Lele is still vivid in my mind. Now, I'm married to you and have become your wife. I don't know what will happen to Chen Mengyan when she goes back. Yeah, time is like this. It always slips away inadvertently." Yang Ming nodded and said, "But for the two of us, it can be considered as a matter of course. In the past, we actually had some difficulties and we had some good feelings for each other. If there wasn't this mission, then we may be close friends in the future, but I don't know if we can develop into a couple relationship. However, this mission brought you and me together. It can be considered as God's will. In the past, I actually liked you a little, but because of Chun Mingyin and the others, I couldn't get over it in my heart. Here, we are separated from the secular world, so I don't have so many thoughts." Xia Shui said, "In my opinion, we can't go out for a lifetime. After all, Brother Lin and Brother Liu have studied Jin Gang Voodoo for decades without any results. After we come here, how can there be any progress? Moreover, I married you because I had no choice. It was to cure the voodoo. But who would have thought that our research speed would advance by leaps and bounds? In the blink of an eye, we are at the final stage. Once we find a substitute for the nutrient solution, then we can fight to the death with Elder Yu. And the time for us to leave the Medicine Valley is not far. Why? Do you regret it?" Yang Ming asked with a smile. "I don't regret it, but I'm a little nervous. In the past, I didn't think about anything. Now, I'm thinking about whether Meng Yin and the others will accept me if we go out." Xia Shui said with some hesitation. "Some things have to be explained sooner or later. This time when we go back, I also plan to confess to Meng Yin. Lele's matter can't be hidden forever, right? This time when we go back, I have decided to tell the truth." Yang Ming said. Xia Shui didn't expect Yang Ming to have already made a decision. But thinking about it, with Lan Ling's help and a bunch of supporting characters, Meng Yin wouldn't blame her alone. Moreover, her union with Yang Ming was completely under this special environment and situation, isolated from the world. Moreover, she was poisoned with voodoo, so she married Yang Ming. Meng Yin should be able to understand. But this time when we go back, how should I face my senior, Dong Jun? This had always been a difficult thing in Yang Ming's heart. To be honest, Yang Ming had a lot of feelings for Dong Jun. When he was apprenticed to Fong Tian and became the king of assassins, Dong Jun helped him a lot. He even got some dummies for him to practice flying needles. However, Dong Jun betrayed him and his master. How should Yang Ming deal with him? All along, Yang Ming didn't quite believe that these things were done by Dong Jun. He always deceived himself and told himself that those were coincidences. In fact, it had nothing to do with Dong Jun. However, unfortunately, this matter was confirmed by Elder Yu. Therefore, Yang Ming really didn't know what to do. He was a very nostalgic person. As long as the people around him didn't do something that crossed Yang Ming's bottom line, Yang Ming would generally forgive them. Dong Jun's actions were exactly near Yang Ming's bottom line. Chapter 2148. Yang Ming's bottom line was not to cause harm to his friends and family. Dong Jun's behavior was precisely to bring harm to Yang Ming's family and friends, but he did not succeed. Therefore, Yang Ming had always had an indescribable helplessness toward him. Although Yang Ming knew that his own indecisiveness was not the style to do great things, Fong Tian also said that this was his strength and also his weakness. An assassin, it was not good to be too ruthless and it was not good to be too affectionate. Yang Ming just happened to achieve the combination of both. He was very ruthless to the enemy, but he was very kind to his own people. However, Dong Jun was a person who was between his own people and his enemy. It could be said that Yang Ming could have today's achievements because of Dong Jun's contributions. Although he secretly harmed Yang Ming, he also helped Yang Ming a lot. Therefore, Yang Ming really had a difficult choice for his own senior brother. Many things could be decided with a single thought. The more he considered, the more Yang Ming was unable to make a decision. Dong Jun, is he your senior brother who has repeatedly hurt you? Xia Shui also heard this name. Yang Ming mentioned it when he was dueling with Elder Yu. However, this was a private matter of Yang Ming's sect. Xia Shui did not ask again after that. After all, Xia Shui had no right to speak about this kind of thing. And it's him. Tell me, how should I deal with him? Yang Ming couldn't make up his mind, so he discussed with Xia Shui and Lan Ling to listen to their suggestions. However, Lan Ling and Xia Shui obviously did not have any suggestions. Both of them were not familiar with Dong Jun. Moreover, for this kind of thing, it was not good for them to influence Yang Ming's thoughts. So Xia Shui said, Yang Ming, in fact, you have already made a decision in your heart, haven't you? Your hesitation actually explains this point. You want to make this decision, but you feel that it's not right. But if you persist, then you will realize that things are actually very simple. Yang Ming nodded with a smile. Yes, you're right. In fact, as long as I calm down and think carefully, I've already made a decision. My senior brother, I'll give him one more chance. I hope he can cherish this one chance. This is also the last chance I'm giving him. If he can take the initiative to give me a reasonable explanation, then I'll let him go. Otherwise, I have no other choice. Xia Shui silently shrugged and didn't say anything. At this time, it wasn't suitable to interfere with Yang Ming. It was better to let him make his own decision. Let's go over and see if Brother Lu and the others have any results. Yang Ming stood up and walked towards Lu Tianqi, Lin Dongfang, and the others. He wanted to see if there was any progress in their research on the spring water. Xia Shui and Lan Ling also breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, they didn't like Yang Ming's sadness. Those worries were better left for when they returned. Thinking about it now, it was a little too early. Brother Lin, Brother Lu, is there any result? Is there anything special about this spring water? Yang Ming walked over and asked. Yes, Lin Dongfang said straightforwardly. In this spring water, there's a kind of microorganism. It is somewhat similar to the nutrient secreted by the quick cicada goo. Doesn't that mean that this spring water may be able to replace the nutrient of the quick cicada goo? Yang Ming suddenly said with some surprise. It's hard to say whether it can be replaced now, but the activity of the microorganism in this spring water is a bit poor. In just a short while, many of them died. The survival conditions are a bit too harsh, right? We didn't do anything, just put it in the container, and the activity disappeared little by little. It feels like it is very fragile. Lu Tianqi shook his head and said with a bitter smile, Oh, the activity is so poor? Then, have you tested whether it can be used on the vigor goo? Yang Ming asked. This hasn't been tested yet, but I'm going to get some more spring water to see if the activity of this spring water is so poor, or because it is put in the container and doesn't meet certain conditions, the activity is getting worse and worse. Lu Tianqi said. Then, should I get some more spring water? Yang Ming asked quickly. That's not necessary. Let's go to the spring water and study it together. It is better to grasp the survival conditions of these goo poisons. As Lu Tianqi said, he moved the suggested test bench to the car and prepared to go to the spring water to test it. Yang Ming nodded and began to help. He quickly put away the equipment, and the few of them drove the electric scooter to the spring water. Lu Tianqi got some fresh spring water from the strange spring water, then put on the test equipment and began to analyze it. However, the results of the analysis were beyond his expectations. In this fresh spring water, the activity of the microorganism is very high. It can be described as abnormally active. It is completely different from the previous one. Lu Tianqi said in surprise. Then what does this mean? Could it be that the previous spring water lost its activity, because it was left for too long? Asked Yangming. If we infer according to this situation, it should be because of some reason that the spring water you got before slowly lost its activity. Lu Tianqi said, but as for the reason, it is not certain. It may be that it has been for a long time, or it may be under the sun, or it may be that the previous container is not clean, etc. In short, it is not easy to determine the real reason why this spring water has lost its activity. We have to take a look first. Okay, Yangming nodded. Just tell me what you need me to do. Don't be polite. Hee. There is nothing for the time being. Just observe. Lin Dongfang suddenly exclaimed again. The microorganisms in the spring water actually began to die in batches and gradually lose their activity. It is the same on my side. Lu Qianqi also exclaimed. The microorganisms in my spring water are also dying in batches. What is the reason? I don't know. Could it be that they can't see the sun? That's not right. Although the spring is now in a cool place, it will definitely be exposed to the sun in the morning. It can't be caused by the sun, Lin Dongfang said to himself. Could it be that the containers are not hygienic? It is possible. Let's change to the disinfected containers and be careful. Then, we will get some spring water to observe first. Lu Tianqi nodded and said, Okay, I will get the disinfected sanitary containers. As Lin Dongfang said this, he took a few disinfected sanitary containers from the electric scooter. Chapter 2149. Then, together with Lu Tianqi, they took some spring water from the edge of the spring mouth and then began to observe the spring water again. In the beginning, the spring water was very active, and there was almost no change. However, as time passed, about an hour later, the spring water began to slowly lose its activity. Everyone's inference was somewhat reasonable. The disinfected sanitary were slowed down the loss of the spring water's activity a lot. It was not as fast as before, but the activity of the microorganisms in it was still disappearing. It should be related to the sanitary ware, but it had little to do with it. Perhaps it is because the microorganisms here can't survive after leaving the environment of the spring water itself. This is the only explanation. Lin Dongfang said, Otherwise, there may be a way to keep the spring water active, but there's no need to study it now. Next, we should test whether this spring water has the effect of stimulating and maintaining the activity of the Hercules voodoo. Yes, next, we should test the Hercules voodoo. Lu Qianqi also nodded and said, Otherwise, it is useless for us to study this thing. Even if it can maintain the activity, it is just a kind of self-entertainment research. It has no help for our research of the Hercules voodoo. For the experiment of the Hercules voodoo, everyone was more familiar with it. Soon, with the help of Yangming and others, the petri dishes of the Hercules voodoo were obtained. Then, Lu Qianqi and Lin Dongfang began to add fresh spring water and spring water that had lost its activity to different petri dishes of the Hercules voodoo. The result was obvious. It made everyone excited and helpless. Fresh spring water could maintain the high activity of the Hercules voodoo. It was almost the same as the nutrient liquids secreted by the quick cicada voodoo. Now, it seemed that there was not much difference. Spring water that had lost its activity had no effect on the Herculean venomous goo at all. In a Herculean venomous goo vessel without any nutrient solution, the newly cultivated Herculean venomous goo died very quickly. In other words, only fresh spring water with activity had the same effect as the nutrient solution secreted by the quick cicada goo. But spring water without activity was like ordinary spring water and had no effect on the Herculean venomous goo. Now we can basically confirm that this spring water has an effect on the Herculean venomous insect. But whether it can maintain the Herculean venomous insect's activity like the swift cicada venomous insect secretion, we need to do further experiments. Lin Dongfang bitterly smiled, but this spring water is very troublesome. It can't be taken away. It can't be taken away. Once it is taken out, it will lose its activity. So even if it has an effect on the Herculean venomous insect, we need to find a way to preserve it. No matter what, let's give it a try first. If it really has an effect on the Herculean venomous insect, then there's a lot of spring water. It is much more than the nutrient solution secreted by the rare quick cicada venomous insect, so it is easier to do experiments. Yang Ming said, "That's true. There's a lot of spring water. We are not afraid of wasting it." Lin Dongfang nodded and said, "Now, the next step is to find some animals to experiment with and see if this spring water is effective on animals that have taken the Herculean venomous insect. Then let's experiment as soon as possible," said Yang Ming. In the next few days, Lin Dongfang, Lu Tianqi, and others were experimenting with the spring water on small animals that had taken the Herculean venomous insect. The result was exactly the same as the nutrient solution secreted by the quick cicada venomous insect. There was no difference at all, as long as the Herculean venomous insect in the body was not activated. The small animals that had taken the spring water seemed to be able to survive. However, once the Herculean venomous insect in the body was activated, they would instantly become weak and collapse to the ground. If they did not continue to take the spring water immediately, then these small animals would gradually die. However, if they took the spring water, they would recover to their original state. From this, it could also be determined that the effect of this spring water and the nutrient solution secreted by the quick cicada venomous insect were almost the same. The remaining problem now was whether this spring water had any side effects and how to preserve it. Therefore, Lin Dongfang, Lu Tianqi, and others once again found a number of white mice and began to experiment. After giving the spring water to them separately, they checked whether these white mice would become slow or have their IQ declined after a while. However, after a period of observation, they did not find such a situation, so everyone was relieved. This spring water was much safer than the nutrient solution secreted by the quick cicada venomous insect. At least, it did not bring the side effects of dementia and memory decline. However, even so, everyone did not dare to take the Herculean venomous insect easily. After all, this spring water could not be taken away. It could only be taken here. Once the spring water was taken out, it would gradually lose its activity. After all the microorganisms in it died, it would become no different from normal spring water. As a result, how to preserve the spring water had become a difficult problem. Therefore, during this time, everyone began to study the preservation method of the spring water. However, no matter what method was used, it could not guarantee the activity of the spring water. Whether it was freezing or thermal insulation, it was not possible. As for using other potions, not only could it not maintain the activity of these microorganisms, but no matter what potion was added to the spring water, these microorganisms would die instantly. This made it difficult for everyone. The nutrient solution of the quick cicada venomous insect not only had side effects, but was also extremely inconvenient to carry around. As for this spring water, although there were no side effects, it was not a problem of inconvenience to carry around. It was simply impossible to carry around. Both of these had major flaws. No matter which one, it was not something that everyone dared to try at the moment. No, there is really no other way. Lu Tianqi put the spring water in his hand on the test bench and said helplessly, "This spring water can't be measured with common sense. The microorganisms in this spring water have never been seen before. It is an unknown species. I have looked up a lot of information, but I can't name this microorganism. It seems that this microorganism is very similar to a kind of voodoo, but this kind of voodoo has no side effects. But it has a special effect of nourishing some voodoo." During this time, Lin Dongfang was also reading a large number of medical ancient books. Fortunately, the computer system here, although it could not communicate with the outside world's network, LBU would regularly send people to update the database for some academic books and documents. Chapter 2150. This was also to make it easier for them to research the Vajragu. Who would have thought that they would use it for other purposes? "There's no other way," Lin Dongfang said with a wry smile. "There's no mention of these things in the ancient medical books, but I've read about a special kind of wood in an ancient book. It said that a container made from this wood can be used to preserve some herbs. so that these herbs can be kept fresh and not lose their medicinal properties. I don't know if this kind of wooden container has any effect on this strange spring water. What kind of wood? Lu Tianqi asked. It didn't say specifically, but thinking about it, even if we know, this medicine valley may not have such a thing. It's hard to say if this kind of thing from hundreds of thousands of years ago still exists now. Also, it's a strange story, not a formal medical book. It's hard to say if there is such a thing, Lin Dongfang said with a bitter smile. If that's the case, Lu Tianqi was a little disappointed. It seems that there is no other way. I suggest that we don't waste time on this. It's meaningless. This kind of spring water is similar to the nutrients secreted by the quick cicada voodoo. One can't leave the main body of the voodoo for too long, and the other can't leave the place where the spring water is. If you leave, it will gradually lose its vitality. AI, after studying for so long, it's still in vain. There is no progress at all. It's really frustrating. Lin Dongfang smiled bitterly and said, but there is no other way. This Herculean voodoo is too strange. It is already very good to have the current progress. That's true, Lu Tianqi said. At least we know two alternative possibilities. At that time, even if we mistakenly take the Herculean voodoo, we won't be in the dark waiting for death. What do we do next? Continue to study the substitute of the Herculean voodoo nutrient fluid? Lin Dongfang said to everyone with some disappointment. We should also study the next thing. At this point, the entire medicine valley has basically been explored. It won't be so easy to find a substitute. Yeah, unless we are researching a compound potion and adding multiple herbs together, we may be able to find a substitute, but the experiment process is too complicated and the success rate of the experiment is less than 1 in 1,000. Lu Tianqi said, instead of wasting time like this, it is better to do something else meaningful. Then, does that mean we can't consume the Herculean venomous worm? Lu Yezi was a little disappointed when he heard this. The Herculean voodoo that he had painstakingly researched could not be used in the end. No one would be too happy about this. It's not that it can't be used, but the risk is very high. Lin Dongfang smiled bitterly. At present, under such circumstances, who would dare to take it? After taking it, you have to be prepared to settle down in the medicine valley for a long time. You guys are still young. Why don't an old man like me take it and live here forever? Big brother Lin, before there is no other way, there is no need to mention such a risky method again. I will not agree to it. Yang Ming waved his hand. Right, since there is a simplified version of the Jin Gang Gu, the normal Jin Gang Gu could be changed into a simplified version of the Jin Gang Gu. Then, can the Titan Gu be changed into a simplified version of the Titan Gu? Even if it's not as powerful as before, wouldn't it be a good thing if the side effects are removed? Lan Ling suddenly suggested after hesitating for a moment. Huh, that's a good idea. Yang Ming couldn't help but nod after listening. Ling Ling is right. Since we could develop a simplified version of the Vajra voodoo, can't we develop a simplified version of the Vigor voodoo? Yeah, why didn't I think of it before? Lu Tianqi also stood up with some excitement. We only thought about how to find a replacement for the nutrient liquids secreted by the quick cicada goo, but we didn't think about studying and simplifying the Titan goo itself. If we can make the Titan goo break away from the nutrient liquid, even if it won't be as powerful as before, with a few of us attacking together, it should be quite powerful. Lin Dongfang also nodded and said, this is a good research direction. Previously, we went down the wrong path, and we're only thinking about research alternatives to the nutrient solution. It was all thanks to sister-in-law Lan Ling's suggestion. She really woke us up from our dream. She grew up studying voodoo from a young age. How can she be the same as us, who started halfway? Lu Tianqi smiled and said, we are still lacking some experience. Otherwise, why did the Jin Gang Gu that we couldn't succeed in for decades succeed after sister-in-law Lan Ling and the others came? Lan Ling was a little embarrassed by these praises. I just had a flash of inspiration. I'm not as good as you said. You don't have to praise me like this. I'm not used to it. Haha, but it's normal to praise. What Lan Ling said happened to be timely help and solved our current confusion. Yang Ming nodded and said, since there was a new research direction, everyone was busy again. As for the simplified version of the Titan goo, there was no need to study it here. They could go directly back to the laboratory. So, everyone ended their half-month trip and began to prepare to return to the laboratory from the edge of the Medicine Valley. Yi and Susu were pregnant, so the two of them couldn't come into contact with some bacterial research for the time being. The two of them now had to take care of the fetus. Looking at the two's bulging bellies, Xia Shui and Lan Ling felt strange and envious. You're going to be mothers soon. How do you feel? How can I feel? Xiao Susu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The child hasn't been born yet. I'm just an expectant mother. Yeah, it's really strange. I'm actually going to be a mother. Yi was still a little unprepared. After all, she was more innocent than others. She felt a little unaccustomed to suddenly becoming a mother. Why? Are you too envious? When we go back this time, I'll let you be mothers too. Yang Ming heard the conversation between the two and came over and said, okay. Lan Ling nodded without hesitation. When we go back this time, I also want to be a mother. I'll wait. Xia Shui felt that she was still very young. She wasn't too anxious. At this time, Lin Dongfang, Lu Qianqi, and the others also finished today's research. Lin Dongfang came over and checked the pulse of Susu and Yi to check the condition of the fetus. Chapter 2151. Every few days, Lin Dongfang would check on her physical condition. With Lin Dongfang, the miracle doctor, there was no need to worry about anything happening to them. How is it? Is there any problem? Feng Tianlong and Lu Yezi were very nervous. No. Lin Dongfang shook his head, but now I can tell if it's a boy or a girl. Do you want to hear it? Lin Dongfang could tell the gender of the fetus just by feeling the pulse. It was quite a skill. You can tell. Feng Tianlong was a little nervous. After all, someone had told them that their child would be a girl. If it was a girl, she would inherit Xiao Susu's body constitution and would not be able to escape the curse of not being able to live past 20 years old. But if it was a boy, there would be no such situation. So at this moment, Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu were very nervous as they looked at Lin Dongfang. Yes, I can tell now. Do you want to hear it? Lin Dongfang asked. Then, Mr. Lin, please tell me. Xiao Susu hesitated and said first, is it a girl? It seems that you have felt it yourself. That's right, it's a girl. Lin Dongfang nodded and said, you said that the child will inherit your body constitution. I'm not sure about this, but I can't solve your current body constitution yet. It's okay. I have thought it through, but I still hope that Mr. Lin can take care of my daughter's illness. Xiao Susu said helplessly, don't worry about this. With our relationship, your problem is my problem. I will do my best. Lin Dongfang nodded and said, indeed, Lin Dongfang would do his best to help Xiao Susu solve her problem. That was to cure her daughter's illness. But Lin Dongfang could not guarantee that. After all, Xiao Susu's body constitution was stranger than the poison. He did not have a solution yet. Then, what about Yi? After Lin Dongfang and Xiao Susu finished talking, Lu Yezi asked nervously. Yi is a boy. Lin Dongfang said, that is confirmed. Boy. It's not bad. Susu is a girl, and Yi is a boy. I think it's not bad for us to have a child betrothal. We could be a couple, Lu Yezi said with a smile. Lu Yezi's words suddenly made Xiao Susu's face change slightly. She hesitated for a moment, but still said seriously, Lu Yezi, don't mention this matter again. My daughter's physique may also have a problem. Isn't it the same as harming your son? Do you want him to suffer like Sky Dragon? Lu Yezi just said it casually. In fact, he didn't really expect to get engaged. After all, the child hadn't been born yet. Everything was uncertain. It was just a joke, but he didn't expect Xiao Susu to have such a big reaction. This made Lu Yezi very apologetic. He didn't mean to joke, but it touched the most vulnerable part of Xiao Susu's heart. Lu Yezi quickly remedied. It's okay. This way, my father-in-law can study the treatment method. It's more convenient. It had to be said that Lu Yezi's words made Xiao Susu very tempted. If her daughter really became a couple with Lu Yezi's son, then Lin Dongfang would definitely try his best to treat her daughter in the future. However, it was fine if she was cured. Everyone would be happy. But what if it couldn't be cured? If she still couldn't escape the fate of dying at the age of 20, wasn't it equivalent to harming Lu Yezi's child? This was not what Xiao Susu wanted to see. Not to mention that Lu Yezi was her teammate and her good friend. Even if he wasn't, Xiao Susu didn't want her tragedy to repeat on her daughter. Let's talk about this later. Feng Tianlong sighed and said, "After this mission is over, I'm going to temporarily resign from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau's Secret Service team. I want to take Susu on a honeymoon and travel around the world, spend the last time with her." Then in the future, Yang Ming heard Feng Tianlong's words and couldn't help but feel sad. In the future, I might return to work in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. At that time, I might change departments. Who knows? Let's talk about it when the time comes. Feng Tianlong's words were filled with helplessness. If even Lin Dongfang couldn't do anything about it, then there was definitely nothing he could do. Moreover, the mysterious fortune-telling Taoist said that the opportunity to change fate wasn't with Susu, but with their daughter. Their daughter might be able to change the curse of fate in the future. However, whether it was true or not, Feng Tianlong wasn't sure. After all, the fortune-teller's words had no basis. That's good, Yang Ming said. After I go back, I might have to live in seclusion. However, this is nothing. This period of time is the happiest period for me and Susu. Feng Tianlong said, "We are very happy to be with everyone every day. As for our daughter, I want her to be a normal person and live happily. I don't want her to know her fate too early. All right, then I won't force you. Let's leave everything to fate. We'll meet again in the future." Lu Yezi nodded and said. The research was still ongoing. The Herculean worm's nutrient solution wasn't easy to replace, but it wasn't too difficult to make the Herculean worm live without its strong vitality. Whether it was Lin Dongfang or Lu Tianqi, they had the experience of simplifying the Jin Gang worm, so it was easy for them to simplify the Herculean worm now. In less than a week, the simplified version of the Herculean worm was made. This Herculean worm only had a tenth of the original Herculean worm's effect, but it didn't have to worry about the lack of nutrient solution. This was because this simplified version of the Herculean worm could be nourished with normal food. In other words, as long as everyone ate normal food, the Herculean worm wouldn't die. It was just that after using the Herculean worm, they had to eat a big meal. However, this wasn't a big deal. There was food everywhere, and there weren't any specific restrictions. Therefore, this simplified version of the Herculean worm had almost no side effects. Even if you were a normal person and did a lot of physical work, you still had to eat more food to replenish your energy. What was the difference between this and the simplified version of the Herculean worm? The only downside was that the effect of the simplified version of the Herculean venomous worm was too weak. The maximum effect it could exert was only 1/10 of the original effect. Chapter 2152. In this way, the use of the Herculean strength venomous worm was weakened a lot. The people who took the Herculean strength venomous worm were only about the same as those who practiced Iron Palm and Iron Fist martial arts. However, this was also something that couldn't be helped because Lin Dongfang and Lu Tianqi had done their best. This simplified version of the Herculean strength venomous worm was at a critical point. If it was more powerful, it couldn't be nourished with ordinary food. It needed other nutrients to nourish it. Therefore, there was no other way. They could only maintain the Herculean strength venomous worm at this critical point. If the strength was a little weaker, they could only do so. In this way, the Herculean strength venomous worm can't be the nemesis of the Jin Gang venomous worm. Yang Ming couldn't help but feel a little regretful when he heard this result. I don't know if this Herculean strength venomous worm can still deal with Elder Yu. This is really hard to say. Lan Ling looked at the simplified version of the Herculean strength venomous worm and frowned. If the few of us work together, there should be a chance. But Yi and Susu obviously can't. The two of them are pregnant. If they take the Herculean strength venomous worm, I'm afraid something unexpected will happen. That's true. Lin Dongfang nodded and said, now the only ones left who can take the Herculean strength venomous worm are me, Yang Ming, Lu Qianqi, Feng Tianlong, and Lu Yezi. But the number of Jin Gang venomous worms is limited. If we don't take the Jin Gang venomous worm and only take the Herculean strength venomous worm, I'm afraid we won't be able to use opponent. That's true. Lan Ling nodded and said, but there is no other way. Although the Jin Gang venomous worm is only a defensive type of venomous worm, it can make the body of the person who takes it extremely hard, just like practicing the Golden Bell Shield. However, if this hard body is used as a weapon, such as punching you with a fist, even if he doesn't take the Herculean strength venomous worm, ordinary people won't be able to withstand it. Yeah, it's like hitting a person with a hammer. Even if it's not a lot of strength, ordinary people can't bear it. Lu Qianqi also explained, an Elder Yu's fist is like a hard hammer, smashing on our bodies. If we don't have the Jin Gangu to resist, it would be like hitting a rock with an egg. We would definitely suffer serious injuries. This is an important question. Yang Ming said, in that case, only the three of us who have consumed the Jin Gang Gu can go to battle. The others, for safety reasons, shouldn't go to battle. That's right. The Gu poison has been successfully refined. Who is going to fight the enemy? Lu Yezi was a little eager to give it a try. Count me in. I'll go up against the enemy, kill them all, defeat Elder Yu, and then take Yi to travel around the world. I'm definitely going to take it, Yang Ming said without hesitation. After all, I'm the captain and I'm stronger than the others, so I have to go. As for the other two portions of the Jin Gang Gu, I suggest that one portion be given to Lu Yezi and the other portion be given to brother Lu Qianqi or brother Lin Dongfang. Why not me? Feng Tianlong was stunned and suddenly asked. We can do it, but you can't. Yang Ming shook his head. Because you have Susu. But Lu Yezi has Yi, you have Xia Shui and Lan Ling, and brother Lu Tianqi also has sister-in-law Xiaojing. Only Mr. Lin is alone. Why can't I but can't Lu Yezi? Feng Tianlong asked puzzledly. Because Susu's situation is different from others. This battle is very dangerous. You know Susu's body. You don't want the child to be an orphan after birth, right? As for us, there are two of us. So you absolutely can't. Yang Ming said firmly. This is an order. Yes. Feng Tianlong still wanted to say something. But when he heard Yang Ming say that this was an order, he could only lower his head and give up trying to persuade Yang Ming. Because Yang Ming was the captain of the team, Feng Tianlong had to obey his words as a member. I think it's better for me to take it. I'm alone, so I have an advantage over Tianqi. Lin Dongfang laughed and said, as the saying goes, brothers fight and father and son go into battle. Lu Yezi and I can be considered father and son, so this matter is settled. The three of us will take the Jin Gang, Gu, and Titan Gu. Yang Ming pondered for a moment and nodded. He agreed with Lin Dongfang's proposal. Lu Qianqi was a scholar. It was fine for him to do research, but it was difficult for him to fight with Elder Yu. And Lin Dongfang, although he was also doing medical research, he usually laughed and joked around. His body was much stronger than Lu Yezi, so it was also a good choice to let Lin Dongfang fight. And Lin Dongfang's meaning was very obvious. He wanted to protect Lu Yezi. In an emergency, he would protect Lu Yezi first. After all, he didn't want Yi to be a widow, and Yi's child would be fatherless. So, Yang Ming also agreed with this decision. As for Yang Ming himself, he didn't need anyone to protect him. As long as he was careful, there would be no problem. Yang Ming's body was still very agile and fast, especially with the butterfly microsteps. He could dodge many of Elder Yu's attacks. In fact, Elder Yu was just a powerful, ordinary person. He didn't have any fighting skills, so Yang Ming wasn't afraid of him. At most, he couldn't beat him. Would he be able to take his life? Moreover, Elder Yu had the Jin Gangu to protect him, and so did Yang Ming. So Yang Ming just had to be careful. There should be no other problems. Okay, then it's decided. I will take one, Lu Yezi will take one, and Brother Lin will take one. Yang Ming nodded and said, then after we get used to it for a few days, we will wait for Elder Yu to come here, and we will take him down in one fell swoop. Okay, then take it now, said Lu Yezi. So, the three of them carefully prepared to start taking the simplified version of the Vigor Voodoo and the complete version of the Vajra Voodoo. Of course, Lin Dongfang took it first. After Lin Dongfang took it, and there was no abnormality, Yang Ming and Lu Yezi took it. Originally, Yang Ming wanted to do the experiment first, but Lin Dongfang didn't agree. After all, Lin Dongfang was alone, but Lu Yezi and Yang Ming were dragging their families, so they were in a deadlock. Yang Ming could only let Lin Dongfang take it first. Moreover, Lin Dongfang himself said that he was a doctor. He knew his own body best. If there was any abnormality after taking it, he could detect it immediately. Chapter 2153. The two apprentices, Lu Yezi and Yang Ming, were worse than him, so it was better for him to take it. Seeing Lin Dongfang pick up the simplified version of the Herculean Voodoo and take it first, Yang Ming and others were nervous. After all, the simplified version of the Herculean Voodoo had only been tested on animals before, and it had never been used on real people. Therefore, no one knew if there would be any adverse reactions after Lin Dongfang took it. He was the first person to take the Herculean Voodoo. However, everything seemed to be daunting but not dangerous. After Lin Dongfang took the Herculean Voodoo, there were no adverse reactions. He was just like a normal person, but his strength was much greater. However, even if his strength was much greater, it did not reach the legendary level of Herculean. Lin Dongfang's strength was only slightly greater than a normal person's. He could shatter a rock with a single punch or pierce through a steel plate with a single punch. However, this strength was far weaker than the legendary Herculean venomous insect. After the legendary Herculean Voodoo was taken, one could smash a piece of iron into iron pieces with one punch, but Lin Dongfang obviously couldn't do this. I think breaking such a big rock is my limit. Lin Dongfang shook his aching hand and helplessly said, breaking this rock is already very difficult. I won't be able to deal with a rock that is a bit harder or bigger. What Lin Dongfang had just broken was a stone about 10 centimeters in length and width. It could be seen that he had already spent a lot of effort. He only broke this stone after a few punches. It could be said that this strength was only similar to those martial artists who specialized in practicing hand martial arts. Compared to those more powerful masters who specialized in iron palm or Jin Gang finger, it was far worse. At this level, it should be difficult to deal with Elder Yu. Even if it is an incomplete version of the Jin Gang Voodoo, the hope is slim. Yang Ming had seen the power of Elder Yu's Jin Gang Voodoo. He personally attacked Elder Yu and knew the strength of Elder Yu's body, so when he saw Lin Dongfang's strength at this time, he shook his head. Although Lin Dongfang's strength was obviously greater than Yang Ming, it was obvious that he only reached the strength of Feng Tianlong. According to Feng Tianlong himself, he only practiced one of his family's internal strength techniques, and he was only a beginner, but he could reach this level. In other words, after Lin Dongfang took the simplified version of the Herculean Voodoo, he was only the same as Feng Tianlong. Didn't that mean that the simplified version of the Herculean Voodoo was very ordinary? Now it seemed that the simplified version of the Herculean Voodoo was not even 1/10 of the original version of the Herculean Voodoo. What? Lu Yezi was also a little conflicted. After all, this was the result of everyone's research for so long. Now, after taking it, the effect was not very obvious. This made everyone very disappointed. They didn't know how to proceed with the next step. At present, there are only these few paths to take. First, continue to look for substitutes for the nutrient solution, and then take the unsimplified version of the Herculean Voodoo. Yang Ming said, but this path should not work. We have almost gone to all corners of the Medicine Valley, but we have not found a substitute for the nutrient solution or spring water secreted by the quick cicada voodoo. These two nutrient solutions have no long-term preservation method, so is definitely not possible. Everyone nodded after listening, waiting for Yang Ming to say the next path. Second, we continue to study the simplified version of the Herculean voodoo and strive to create a simplified version that is more powerful than the current simplified version. Yang Ming continued. However, this path is obviously very feasible. After all, we have put in a lot of effort to study the simplified version of the Herculean voodoo. In the end, we developed this simplified version of the Herculean voodoo that does not need nutrient solutions and is close to the critical value. If it is a little stronger, it will not be able to leave the nutrient solution. This is not wrong. I am a researcher. I have the most right to speak. Lu Qianxi nodded and said, "The situation is indeed so. The simplified version of the Herculean voodoo is already the limit. Just like the simplified version of the Jin Gang voodoo by Elder Yu. It is not as powerful as the Jin Gang voodoo itself, but it was improved by Elder Yu in another way. The blood used by Elder Yu for sacrificial refining is actually a disguised nutrient solution. It seems that this is not possible. Then there's only the third path left." Yang Ming sighed and said, "The third path is for us to fight with Elder Yu. Otherwise, it will be a waste of our long and difficult research." "But what if we lose?" asked Lu Yezi. "If we win, we win. If we lose, we lose. We have nothing to lose." Yang Ming smiled slightly and said, "We have taken the complete version of the Jin Gang voodoo. It is not so easy for Elder Yu to kill us. Even if we can't win against him, he may not be able to win against us." "This is true, but I don't know if he has other trump cards." Lin Dongfang nodded and said, "It doesn't matter if he has. We have taken the complete version of the Jin Gang voodoo. We have eaten the Jin Gang voodoo. Elder Yu doesn't have it even if he wants it. So, if he wants to take the complete version of the Jin Gang voodoo, he must keep us and let us continue to develop it for him. Otherwise, even if he kills us, he can't get the Jin Gang voodoo." Yang Ming smiled and said, "It can be seen that Elder Yu still cares about the complete version of the Jin Gang voodoo. Otherwise, he would not be so good to us. Think about it. If you lock up your enemy, and you still provide them with good food and drink every day, you provide whatever they need, what will you feel? If you don't need the help of these enemies, you won't do this." "That's right." Lin Dongfang nodded and said, "In that case, we could try to fight with Elder Yu. But before that, we should test the power of the complete version of the Jin Gang voodoo next," said Yang Ming. "Let me do this." Lin Dongfang nodded and said, "Anyway, I will test it alone. Last time it was me. This time it is me too." Because Lin Dongfang did not have any abnormalities after taking the Herculean voodoo before, he did not have any psychological pressure when taking the Jin Gang voodoo this time. Lin Dongfang easily took the Jin Gang voodoo and then waited for the Jin Gang voodoo to take effect. Chapter 2154. And this time, fortunately, after a few days, the Jin Gang goo also took effect. Between it and Herculean strength goo, the two did not seem to conflict. Because Lin Dongfang did not show any signs of adverse reactions, it was certain that the complete version of the Vajra voodoo would not bring any side effects to the body. At the same time, Lin Dongfang's body also began to become extremely hard and invulnerable. It was like cultivating golden bell shield and iron cloth. It was like wearing a layer of armor. Whether it was a hammer or a knife, it could not bring the slightest harm to Lin Dongfang's body. This was very similar to the situation of Elder Yu that Yang Ming saw previously. It was just that Elder Yu's was an incomplete version of Jin Gang goo. The incomplete version of Jin Gang goo was already so powerful, and the complete version of Jin Gang goo was naturally even more powerful. How is it? Everyone, study me first. Only if you can break the Jin Gang goo on me can you deal with Elder Yu. Lin Dongfang said, "Look at me. Hitting myself is useless." As he spoke, Lin Dongfang was like a gorilla, pounding his chest with his hands. "Did you use your maximum strength?" asked Yang Ming. "This is already my maximum strength." I have now exerted the power of Herculean strength, Gu, to the extreme, but it still did not cause any harm to myself. Lin Dongfang said, I don't feel any pain at all. So, the incomplete version of Herculean strength Gu is still too weak. Yang Ming was a little disappointed. Even if the three of us work together to deal with Elder Yu, we may not be Elder Yu's opponent. However, the only fortunate thing is that Elder Yu's own is an incomplete version of the Vajra Gu. If we use the incomplete version of the Herculean Vajra Gu, we should still have hope of dealing with the incomplete version of the Vajra Gu. Lu Qianqi said, but what I know is that the incomplete version of Jin Gang Gu that we refined is much worse than the complete version of Jin Gang Gu in terms of time and effect. But although Elder Yu's sacrificial refining is an incomplete version of Jin Gang Gu, after his modification, I don't know how much more powerful it is than the previous incomplete version of Jin Gang Gu. This is something we don't know. What I know is that the current incomplete version of Jin Gang Gu of Elder Yu has a time limit, but other functions are different from the complete version of Jin Gang Gu. I don't know how big the difference is. After all, I did not use Herculean Strength Gu at that time. With my strength, I can't do anything to Elder Yu. My punches on him, it was almost like I didn't punch, said Yang Ming. AI, this matter is uncertain. Lin Dongfang sighed and said, it would be good if we can find a flaw of Jin Gang Gu. From what I see, Jin Gang Gu should have a certain flaw. It should be written in the secret book of refining the Gu poison, but Elder Yu didn't show us this part. That's right. That's right. In my memory, the Vajra Gu also seemed to have some flaws. Just like the Herculean Gu, this kind of heaven-defying voodoo poison would definitely have some flaws. However, the Vajra Gu's secret manual was a top secret enshrined in our Blue Meow village. Even my grandfather and grandmother weren't allowed to look at it. That's why I never saw it, Lan Ling said with some regret. Otherwise, if we knew the flaws of the Vajra Gu, we wouldn't have to spend so much effort to test the Herculean Gu. I thought of something, Yang Ming suddenly said. I feel that this Jin Gang Gu is like the external martial arts that some martial artists cultivate. For example, Golden Bell Shield. That's true. There are some similarities. Feng Tianlong nodded and said, the effect of Jin Gang Gu is similar to the external martial arts Golden Bell Shield. That's right. I want to talk about Golden Bell Shield. Yang Ming nodded and said, I once met a person who cultivated Golden Bell Shield, but he didn't master it. There was a weak point in his body. Although the rest of his body was extremely hard and invulnerable, the weak point was the weakest part. As long as you hit the weak point, then you can break the Golden Bell Shield. Back then, I used this method to break the Golden Bell Shield. Otherwise, even if I died of exhaustion, I wouldn't be able to beat that Golden Bell Shield cultivator. You mean, the Jin Gang Gu might also have a weak point? Lin Dongfang asked, but I didn't find a weak point in the Jin Gang Gu. How did you find the weak point of the Golden Bell Shield? I found it with my X-ray vision. Yang Ming said, I used my X-ray vision to scan the Golden Bell Shield cultivator's entire body. I found a part of the body that was obviously different from other parts of the body. From this, I could deduce that it should be the weak point. Then what about me? Why don't you scan me too and see if I have a weak point? Lin Dongfang quickly said. That's what I was thinking. Yang Ming nodded and said, I'll scan and see. Brother Lin, stand there and don't move. Okay. Lin Dongfang quickly nodded. Yang Ming used his X-ray vision and began to scan Lin Dongfang's body. However, the result of the scan made Yang Ming very disappointed. Lin Dongfang's appearance was the same. There was no difference. Yang Ming also used the same method to scan Elder Yu, but he didn't find any flaws. However, Yang Ming was in a hurry and didn't scan too carefully, so it was possible to miss something. But this time was different. This time, Lin Dongfang stood here and let Yang Ming scan him. This way, it was impossible to miss anything. Yang Ming was somewhat unwilling. He scanned again from top to bottom. The results still made him very disappointed. There was no abnormality in Lin Dongfang's body. In other words, at least for Yang Ming, he didn't find the weakness of Jin Gang Gu. How is it? Seeing that Yang Ming's expression was not very good, Lin Dongfang also realized something. No, I didn't find any flaws and weak points. Yang Ming shook his head helplessly. I can't do anything. I can only try again in the experiment to see if I can find any flaws. If I can find other flaws, I believe that Jin Gangu will be effective against Elder Yu. But if I can't find any, there is really no other way. In the next few days, Yang Ming, Lu Yi, Lin Dongfang, and others were looking for the flaws of Jin Gangu, but unfortunately, no matter how they tested, Lin Dongfang was in an invincible state. They couldn't do anything to him at all. Chapter 2155. Lin Dongfang was like a steel Superman. Yang Ming, Lu Yezi, and Feng Tianlong changed many attacking methods, but they couldn't hurt Lin Dongfang. Therefore, after everyone's experiment, the conclusion was that Lin Dongfang had no flaws. It was impossible to hurt Lin Dongfang with ordinary methods. It still doesn't work. We can't find any flaws. Yang Ming sighed. His and Feng Tianlong's attack power was not low, but they couldn't do anything to Lin Dongfang. In other words, under normal circumstances, they couldn't hurt Lin Dongfang. They could only give up on finding flaws. Now we can only pin our hopes on Elder Yu's Jin Gang Gu not being as powerful as Brother Lin's Jin Gang Gu. Lan Ling said helplessly, I have seen the simplified version of Jin Gang Gu's formula. In theory, it is much weaker than Jin Gang Gu. That is to say, there is still hope for our simplified version of Herculean Gu. Lu Yezi asked with some surprise. This is hard to say. After all, I have seen the simplified version of Jin Gang Gu formula made by Brother Lin and Brother Lu. But the Jin Gang Gu used by Elder Yu is the evil Jin Gang Gu that he modified himself. As for how he modified it, what it looked like, and the power after the modification, these are all unknown. So whether we have hope and chance of winning still depends on luck. Lan Ling shook her head and explained. But one thing is certain now. The simplified version of the Herculean venomous worm and the complete version of the Vajra venomous worm will not have any adverse effects on our bodies. They should not affect our health. Yang Ming said, otherwise, Brother Lin would have had adverse effects after taking it for so many days. That's true. Lin Dongfang nodded and said, I don't feel any adverse effects. There should be no problem. Since Lin Dongfang had no problems after taking it, the others were naturally ready to start taking it. There were only 2 complete versions of the Jin Gang Gu left, so Yang Ming took one and Lu Yezi took the other. As for the incomplete version of the Herculean Voodoo, Yang Ming and Lu Yezi each took one. As for Feng Tianlong, not taking the incomplete version of the Herculean Voodoo was almost the same as taking the incomplete version of the Herculean Voodoo, so he didn't need to take it. Moreover, he wasn't going to participate in the battle, so it wouldn't be of any use to him even if he consumed it. On the contrary, it might even cause some hidden dangers to his body. Although according to the current observation, the incomplete version of the Herculean Voodoo had no effect on the human body, who knew what would happen in the future. Therefore, it was best not to consume it if possible. After Yang Ming and Lu Yezi took the incomplete version of the Herculean Voodoo and the complete version of the Jin Gang Voodoo, the 3 of them began to practice their joint attacks. Because the effect of the incomplete version of the Herculean Voodoo was weaker, the best effect could be achieved when everyone cooperated with each other. Although Lin Dongfang was not very good at fighting, with Yang Ming as an instructor, everything was not a problem. Yang Ming was originally an assassin, so he was very good at some offensive knowledge. While waiting for Elder Yu to appear, Yang Ming created a few sets of joint attack fist techniques and prepared to attack Elder Yu. Now, everything was ready, and only one thing was missing. While everyone was training every day, they were waiting for the arrival of Elder Yu. Finally, one day, the sound of a helicopter's propeller sounded in the sky of the Medicine Valley. And with the landing of a helicopter, Elder Yu sent people to deliver food to Yang Ming and others. Wait a minute. Lu Qianqi stopped Elder Yu's subordinate who was delivering the things to them. What's the matter? Elder Yu's subordinate was taken aback. In the past, when he delivered things, he basically left after putting them down. Yang Ming and others would not talk to him much, unless there was something special, but they would write it on a piece of paper and let him bring it back to buy or find. This time, Elder Yu's subordinate saw that there was no note in Lu Tianqi's hand, so he was a little puzzled. You go back and help me tell Elder Yu that there is a breakthrough in the Jin Gang voodoo. Let him come and take a look. Lu Tianqi said, Oh, there's progress? Elder Yu's subordinate was taken aback, and he couldn't react for a while. After all, in his opinion, there was no progress for so long, so he basically didn't have much hope. He just habitually delivered things to Yang Ming and others every time, and then left. But this time there was progress. But immediately, this subordinate reacted and was overjoyed. He quickly asked, There's progress in the Jin Gang voodoo? Is your research successful? It's almost done. There are some things to discuss with Elder Yu. Lu Tianqi nodded and said, Okay, I will go and tell Elder Yu. The subordinate nodded again and again, then excitedly boarded the helicopter and quickly left the Medicine Valley. In fact, every time Elder Yu's people came to deliver things, Yang Ming had a chance to kill them, then snatch their helicopter and escape from the Medicine Valley. But Yang Ming did not do so. Yang Ming's purpose here was to deal with Elder Yu, not to escape. If he returned without success, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? As for Elder Yu, he thought that Yang Ming and others were poisoned by his voodoo and had not been cured, so he did not set up defenses because he knew that Yang Ming and others could not escape. So he only sent his subordinates to deliver things every time. What's more, the fuel tank in the helicopter was not full. Even if Yang Ming seized the helicopter, he couldn't fly far. He absolutely couldn't fly out of the range of Miaojiang. The subordinate hurriedly went back to report, and Yang Ming's side also quickly made arrangements. All unrelated people hide in the laboratory, especially Feng Tianlong and brother Lu Tianqi. You have to protect the others, especially Su and Yi. These two are pregnant women. You have to be careful. Yang Ming instructed Feng Tianlong. In a while, no matter what happens, you have to protect yourselves. Don't come out and get involved, understand? Understood. Feng Tianlong nodded and replied immediately. He also knew what Yang Ming meant. Regardless of success or failure, he was not allowed to intervene. This was also a kind of protection for them. Okay, leave this to me, Brother Lin, and Lu Yezi. After Yang Ming finished arranging, he, Lin Dongfang, and Lu Yezi stood in the open space of the Medicine Valley, ready to fight, because they knew that when the subordinate went back to report, Elder Yu would definitely come here as soon as he heard the news that Jin Gang voodoo was about to be successfully refined. Chapter 2156. Sure enough, as Yang Ming expected, the subordinate told the good news to Elder Yu as soon as he returned. Elder Yu had been waiting for so many years. When he was about to lose his confidence, he was also very excited when he suddenly heard this good news. However, in addition to his excitement, Elder Yu calmed down again. If there were only Lin Dongfang and Lu Tianqi in the Medicine Valley, then he would not have thought too much about it. This was because Lin Dongfang and Lu Tianqi belonged to the academic category and did not have much hostility towards him. However, Yang Ming and the others were different. Yang Ming and the others came here with the purpose of dealing with him. Now, not only did they not succeed in dealing with him, but they were also captured by him in the Medicine Valley to study Jin Gangu for him. Would they be willing to accept this? Even if they developed Jin Gangu, would Yang Ming be willing to give it to him? Thinking of this, Elder Yu frowned and asked the subordinate, What did they tell you when you went this time? Tell me the details at that time without missing a word. Yes. The subordinate did not know why Elder Yu asked in such detail, but he still repeated the situation at that time to Elder Yu and said, Is there a problem? The problem. I can't see it for the time being. Elder Yu frowned and said, It was actually Lu Tianqi who told you, not Yang Ming. No, Yang Ming didn't say anything. The subordinate replied, I can't see any problem with this. Elder Yu shook his head and said, But I always feel that something is wrong. Isn't it a little too smooth? Isn't it good to be too smooth? The subordinate asked, baffled. It's good to be too smooth, but I always feel a little uneasy. Elder Yu said, Help me analyze it. If you were Yang Ming and you developed Jin Gangu, would you tell me so smoothly and let me receive the fruits of your labor? The underling also frowned and said, this is really hard to say, but I think if I were Yang Ming, I wouldn't give you the Vajra voodoo that you researched so easily. Oh, why? Elder Yu asked. Yang Ming is here to deal with us. Would he work so hard to develop Jin Gangu for us? It is a little impossible, right? The underling said, so there are only these few possibilities. First, Yang Ming developed the Vajra voodoo, but he changed something in the Vajra voodoo. After Elder Yu takes it, you will be controlled by them. In this way, they will achieve their goal of dealing with you. This is unlikely. Elder Yu shook his head and said, the formula of Vajra voodoo was passed down from ancient times. It is very difficult to change it. At that time, for this incomplete version of Vajra voodoo, they spent a lot of effort. Moreover, it was only with my cooperation that they made the change. With the strength of a few people, it is difficult to change it, right? Isn't there, Lan Ling? The subordinate reminded. This is possible. Continue. Elder Yu nodded and said. Second, Yang Ming and the others did not develop Jin Gangu, but they thought of a way to deal with Jin Gangu, so they want to trick you to deal with you. The subordinate analyzed. I think this is more likely. Continue. Elder Yu nodded faintly. You are right. Jin Gangu does have a weakness, but they don't know about this weakness, and it is impossible to find it. And even if they find it, they don't have the materials to make it. Third, I feel like they've developed that Herculean goo or something. I heard that Titan goo is the nemesis of Jin Gangu. Maybe they want to use this to deal with you? That is impossible, right? Titan goo, with just a few of them? Elder Yu didn't quite believe it. As far as I know, the flaw of Titan goo is even greater. It is not so easy to study. Or they really developed Jin Gangu, but they ate the Jin Gangu themselves. In the end, the subordinate said, this is the most likely possibility. As long as they take the Vajra goo, they won't be afraid of you anymore. They want to fight it out with you, they? Take Jin Gangu. Are they not afraid that I will not give them the antidote for the goo? Elder Yu frowned and asked, since they could develop Jin Gangu, do you think they can't develop the super goo antidote pill? Maybe the goo poison in them has already been removed. The subordinate reminded again, don't ignore the little girl, Lan Ling. Yes, although Lan Ling is young, her voodoo skills are not much worse than mine. She is just lacking in experience and maturity. In time, it is not a problem to surpass me. Elder Yu nodded and said, so, they did develop Jin Gangu, but they may have taken it themselves? My guess is so. The subordinate said, okay, in that case, I will go and meet them. Elder Yu nodded and said, you take care of the house. I will go by myself. Elder Yu, since you know that they may have taken Jin Gangu, then you still want to go? The subordinate asked with some concern. Just them? Ha 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 ha. Elder Yu laughed a few times and said, without Jin Gang, I won't take the job. Their knowledge of Jin Gangu is far less than mine. I have studied this Jin Gangu for many years. Although I have not refined a stable version of Jin Gangu, the test version of Jin Gangu in my body has already been thoroughly studied by me. The man didn't say anything else. Since Elder Yu said so, it meant that Elder Yu had absolute confidence, so he just nodded and helped Elder Yu refuel the helicopter. He let Elder Yu board the helicopter on the Medicine Valley side. Yang Ming and others were already prepared. Yang Ming closed his eyes quietly and suddenly said, Elder Yu is coming, but everyone has to be careful. Elder Yu seems to have found something. Oh, what do you mean? Lu Yezi asked quickly. Just now, when the subordinate flew the helicopter back, I kept watching him and saw him return to Elder Yu's residence. Yang Ming said. After returning, he and Elder Yu briefly analyzed this matter. Oh, what matter? Lu Yezi asked in surprise. It's about our successful refinement of Jin Gangu. With that said, Yang Ming repeated what Elder Yu and the subordinate said to Lu Yezi and Lin Dongfang. Chapter 2157. Although this Elder seems to be arrogant, he is not stupid. Lin Dongfang frowned and said, "It seems that he came prepared. Moreover, what does his last sentence mean? What does he mean by not having Jin Gang to drill and not taking the job? Our knowledge of Jin Gangu is far less than his. He seems to mean that he knows the weakness of Jin Gangu." Yang Ming guessed. "It's very possible. In this case, we really have to be careful." Lin Dongfang nodded and said, "It seems that this battle will not be as smooth as we thought. Yeah, I feel like we are at a disadvantage." Lu Yezi also said, "Let's act according to the situation in a while. If it is impossible, don't force it. As long as there is life, there is hope. When the time comes, just compromise first." Yang Ming said, "Yes, we have been waiting for so long. It doesn't matter if we wait a little longer. If we can't win, we will compromise." Lin Dongfang said in agreement. Lu Yezi was about to say something, but Yang Ming made a gesture, then pointed to the sky and said, "Elder Yu is here." "Oh!" Lin Dongfang and Lu Yezi immediately raised their vigilance. Sure enough, it didn't take long for them to hear the roar of a helicopter motor above their heads, and a helicopter gradually approached the valley. The helicopter slowly landed on the open space of the Medicine Valley, and Yang Ming and others did not intend to greet Elder Yu. Since the other party had already guessed their purpose, then there was no need to pretend. Moreover, if they pretended to greet Elder Yu at this moment, it would make Elder Yu even more suspicious. Because every time Elder Yu came here before, Yang Ming and others were not very enthusiastic. They all had a lack of interest. When Elder Yu asked, they all walked to the open space lazily and answered Elder Yu's words casually. They were not afraid or respectful to Elder Yu, just like a group of passive employees treating their boss. So this time, Yang Ming and the others still did the same. After the plane stopped, they slowly walked in the direction of the helicopter. This time, Elder Yu flew the helicopter by himself and didn't bring a pilot. When he parked the helicopter, he couldn't wait to get off the helicopter. When he saw Yang Ming, Lin Dongfang, and Lu Yezi, he was stunned. Because every time he reported the progress of the research results to him before, it was usually Lin Dongfang and Lu Tianqi. Later, Lan Ling came, and most Lan Ling would be added. Yang Ming and Lu Yezi were two martial artists in the eyes of Elder Yu. Why did they come with Lin Dongfang this time? What about the others? This strange situation immediately raised Elder Yu's vigilance. "I heard that you have finished researching Jin Gangu. Is it true?" Elder Yu stood at the edge of the helicopter and did not walk towards Yang Ming and others. "It's almost done. There's still a few key questions left." "Elder Yu, it's best for you to take a look at them personally," Lin Dongfang said. "Oh, where is it? Then let's go and see it now." Elder Yu frowned and asked, "Where are the others?" "They're all in the research room. Let's go together," Lin Dongfang said. "If the research is successful this time, will the antidote be given to us?" Yang Ming suddenly stopped, as if he was waiting for Elder Yu to come over and ask him. "That depends on the results of your research," Elder Yu said casually. However, as soon as Elder Yu's voice fell, Yang Ming, Lin Dongfang, and Lu Yezi attacked at the same time. The three of them used all their strength and attacked Elder Yu. Their only hope now was to give Elder Yu a surprise attack when he was not on guard, because the incomplete version of Jin Gang Gu on Elder Yu was an active skill and could not be activated in a passive situation. In other words, if Elder Yu did not take the initiative to activate Jin Gang Gu, then his body would not be invulnerable and invincible. Therefore, the three of them hoped to take advantage of this time difference to take down Elder Yu. In this way, even if it was an incomplete version of the Herculean Divine Gu, they could defeat Elder Yu. Bang, bang, bang. 3 punches. The three of them hit Elder Yu almost at the same time. However, the three people's fists seemed to have hit a stone. Elder Yu seemed to have not suffered any damage at all. He still stood in the same place, motionless. "You?" Yang Ming's face showed a horrified expression, but the movements of the three people did not stop. They quickly punched again and hit Elder Yu. Bang, bang, bang. 3 more punches, but Elder Yu still stood in the same place and did not suffer any damage. Ha ha, and ha ha. Elder Yu suddenly laughed wildly. Sure enough, as I expected, you suddenly came to me this time. Not because you have refined the Jin Gang Gu, but because you have refined the Herculean Divine Gu. So what if you guessed it? You actually used the incomplete version of the Jin Gang Gu in advance? Yang Ming was somewhat helpless about Elder Yu's cautiousness. Such a result was already obvious. Elder Yu had used the incomplete version of the Jin Gang Gu on the way here in advance, so that Yang Ming and others' incomplete version of the Herculean Divine Gu could not work at all. Humph. Yang Ming, don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. You're just forced to stay here. Otherwise, would you listen to my orders? Elder Yu sneered. If I didn't prepare in advance, I would have fallen into your trap. However, if I didn't guess wrong, what you refined should be the incomplete version of the Herculean Divine Gu, right? This degree of attack is child's play to me, and there is no harm at all. You really underestimate the Jin Gang Gu. So what? I'll just let you escape by luck. Yang Ming said coldly. Okay, I don't have time to play with you. I'm leaving. When you really study the Jin Gang Gu, come me again. As Elder Yu said, he was ready to return to the helicopter and leave the Medicine Valley. Who said that we didn't study the real Jin Gang Gu? This time, we have indeed researched the Vajra Voodoo, so I'm looking for you. Yang Ming stopped Elder Yu and said, Have you figured it out? Elder Yu turned around and was taken aback. Yes, we did study it. Yang Ming nodded. At the same time, Yang Ming also secretly gave Lu Yezi and Lin Dongfang a wink. Since the first plan did not work, they were ready to start the second plan. Chapter 2158. You have really researched it? After Elder Yu listened to Yang Ming's words, he frowned. He didn't know whether what Yang Ming said was true or not, but he still stopped and asked. Of course it is true. Yang Ming said, Since we can research the incomplete version of Herculean Voodoo, we can naturally develop the complete version of Jin Gang Voodoo. What's so strange about this? Oh, where is it? Elder Yu asked suspiciously. It's here. Yang Ming was still standing lazily beside Elder Yu a moment ago, but the next moment he grabbed Elder Yu. Lu Yezi and Lin Dongfang also made a move at the same time as Yang Ming. They also grabbed Elder Yu at the same time as Yang Ming. Their purpose was very simple. Since they couldn't win against Elder Yu, then they would forcibly control Elder Yu. Yang Ming and the others also had Jin Gang Voodoo, so they were not afraid of Elder Yu. The three of them caught Elder Yu at the same time, but they did not hit him. They only used the strength of their bodies to prevent him from leaving. To put it bluntly, no one could do anything to each other, but Yang Ming and the other two had the advantage of numbers, so they could trap Elder Yu. In this way, as long as Elder Yu was controlled and not allowed to leave, then Elder Yu's incomplete version of Jin Gang Voodoo would eventually fail. Once his incomplete version of Jin Gang Voodoo failed, then Yang Ming and the others could kill Elder Yu together again. Because the incomplete version of Jin Gang Voodoo had a time limit, and there was also a cooldown period in between, so it could not be used continuously. If Yang Ming and the others happened to take advantage of this opportunity to attack Elder Yu, then they had the confidence to win. What do you mean? Elder Yu was slightly stunned, but he was already controlled by Yang Ming and the others. Nothing, we just want to keep you here, said Yang Ming. Keep me here? I understand. You want to wait for my Jin Gang Voodoo to fail, and then use the incomplete version of Herculean Voodoo to deal with me, right? Elder Yu immediately guessed the plan of Yang Ming and the others. Yes, it seems that you are not stupid. Yang Ming nodded and said, I don't know if you can still resist our incomplete version of Jin Gang Voodoo since you don't have the incomplete version of Herculean Voodoo. Oof. You think too simply. Elder Yu sneered and slammed his hands toward Yang Ming. He said as he attacked, Although I don't have the Herculean Voodoo, my body is extremely hard. It's still easy to deal with ordinary people like you. If you don't want to be crippled by me, then put away your unrealistic thoughts. Following Elder Yu's words, his fist also hit Yang Ming's body. This punch obviously didn't use too much strength. He just wanted to teach Yang Ming a lesson. However, when he hit Yang Ming, it seemed to hit an iron block, making a muffled sound. Yang Ming was fine, which made Elder Yu a little puzzled. Although his hand didn't hurt, he could see that Yang Ming didn't feel the slightest pain. While this made Elder Yu puzzled, he also attacked again. He once again punched at Yang Ming. Boom! There was another muffled sound. Yang Ming was still fine, but Elder Yu had already used all his strength in this punch. This made Elder Yu puzzled, and at the same time, he also had doubts. Your body, didn't I tell you? We developed the Jin Gang Voodoo, but this Jin Gang Voodoo was eaten by us. Yang Ming said with a smile. Do you understand now? Although our incomplete version of Herculean Voodoo can't do anything to you, at the same time, you can't do anything to me. We all have the Jin Gang Voodoo. You can't do anything to me, and I can't do anything to you. But the three of us can exhaust you here until your Jin Gang Voodoo loses its effect. What, you ate the Jin Gang Voodoo? Elder Yu was shocked, and his face suddenly showed an angry expression. The three of you all ate the Jin Gang Voodoo? Sorry, it is true. Yang Ming nodded and said regretfully, and the complete version of the Jin Gang Voodoo is only enough for 3 people, and we ate them all. The purpose is to deal with you. You all. Elder Yu was furious. He didn't expect that Yang Ming and the others developed the Jin Gang Voodoo, but they ate it themselves. Why? We can't eat the things we developed ourselves. Yang Ming asked with a smile. Why, you are pissing me off. Elder Yu was furious. Are you not afraid that I won't give you the antidote to the voodoo? Sorry, since we can refine the Jin Gang Voodoo. How do you know that we can't refine the super voodoo antidote pill? Yang Ming asked with a smile. Yang Ming did not mention that he had the super voodoo antidote pill before. Yang Ming, it turns out that you still haven't given up and have always wanted to deal with me. Elder Yu gritted his teeth in anger. So what? Now that you are in our hands, you can say whatever you want. Yang Ming said, the purpose of my trip is to deal with you. Do you think that I am here to study the Jin Gang Voodoo for you? Oof. Elder Yu suddenly snorted coldly. He waved his hand and threw Yang Ming, Lin Dongfang, and Lu Yezi to the ground. Yang Ming and the others were originally holding on to Elder Yu, but they were suddenly thrown off by him. They were stunned. Ignorant. Do you think that you're the same as me after taking the Jin Gang Voodoo? Do you think that the Jin Gang Voodoo has no flaws and loopholes? Elder Yu shook his shoulder that was sore from Yang Ming's grab, and then said, do you feel weak now? No strength at all? How did you do it? After being reminded by Elder Yu, Yang Ming suddenly discovered that his body did seem to be a little soft and had no strength. Yang Ming was horrified. No wonder Elder Yu could throw the 3 of them away with a casual swing of his hand. It turned out that the 3 of them had become weak unknowingly. The Jin Gang Voodoo naturally has flaws, but you don't know about it. Elder Yu looked down at Yang Ming and the others on the ground and said, the Jin Gang Voodoo will be ineffective in front of a specific powder. Before I came, I had already sprayed this powder on my body. Although I had already expected this possibility before, it was just a random guess. I didn't expect you guys to really research it. It seems that it is not wrong to be prepared. At the critical moment, it is really useful. Chapter 21:59. So you were already prepared. Yang Ming sighed helplessly, but he was not surprised because before he left, Elder Yu said something very strange. I have been studying this Jin Gang Goo for many years. Although I have not refined a stable version of the Jin Gang Goo, I have already studied the test version of the Jin Gang Goo in my body thoroughly. Yang Ming did not understand this sentence at that time, but now he understood Elder Yu's intention. It turned out that Elder Yu had already known the flaw of the Jin Gang Goo, and he was prepared in advance. So the Jin Gang Goo of Yang Ming, Lin Dongfang, and Lu Yezi lost their effectiveness. But why are you fine? Why is your Jin Gang Goo not losing its effectiveness? Lu Yezi asked unwillingly. This was what he found very strange. Since Elder Yu sprayed this powder on his body that could make the Jin Gang Goo lose its effectiveness, why was he not affected? Of course, mine did not lose its effectiveness. Elder Yu laughed and said, although my Vajra Voodoo is an incomplete version, After my improvement, I have already avoided this flaw. My original purpose for doing this was actually to prevent Lan Ling's grandmother and the people of Lan Miao village from knowing about this flaw. So I did my best to modify it. But now, it seems that they don't know about this matter. I didn't expect it to come in handy at this time. So that's how it is. Yang Ming was convinced of his loss this time. This time, he did not lose unjustly. Although he was prepared, the other party was also prepared. Elder Yu also said that no one knew more about the Jin Ganggu than him. So, Yang Ming, you don't have to be delusional. With your strength, it is wishful thinking to deal with me. Elder Yu said, also, let me tell you some unfortunate news. Recently, I will upgrade my incomplete version of the Jin Ganggu again. After the upgrade, my incomplete version of the Jin Ganggu will also become a passive skill. Only when someone attacks me, my incomplete version of the Jin Ganggu will automatically activate, and it can last longer. If you want to assassinate me or something, I advise you to give up on this idea. The only thing you have to do now is to refine a complete version of the Jin Ganggu for me. That is impossible. There is no catalytic enzyme left. Yang Ming said, the catalytic enzyme you gave us has been used up. It was only enough for 3 people, and we used it all. In order to avoid this situation, I deliberately left some catalytic enzyme. This time, when you refine the complete version of the Jin Ganggu, give it to me. I will add the catalytic enzyme myself. I don't need you. Elder, you said. So, you plan to let us go? Yang Ming was a little surprised. He didn't expect Elder Yu's patience to be so good. This time, he didn't do anything to them. Controlling a few of you is as easy as flipping my hand. Your little tricks are nothing more than a joke in my eyes. Elder Yu sneered and said, I can completely control you. It doesn't matter if I let you go or not, because you can't escape from my palm. Since you are so powerful, why don't you turn your incomplete version of the Jin Ganggu into a complete version? Yang Ming asked. In fact, he wanted to get more information from Elder Yu. My research direction is different from yours. I can only improve and perfect the foundation of the existing voodoo, but before you make it, I can't make it out of thin air. If you refine the complete version of the Jin Ganggu, I can improve it and perfect this shortcoming. So that's how it is. Yang Ming nodded. You still believe us. Aren't you afraid that we will do something next time? Next time? With your little tricks, I really don't care. Elder Yu looked at Yang Ming mockingly and said, do you know? Yang Ming, you used to be my enemy, an opponent that gave me a headache. Now, you are actually an ant-like existence under my feet. I'm in control of your fates now, but if you're always obedient, I'll feel that it's meaningless. Life is too dull, but you find something for me to do, which makes me feel that it's quite fun. Really? Yang Ming asked. However, the winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. This is the truth that has never changed. Yang Ming now became Elder Yu's prisoner, and this time, he failed to reverse the situation, so Elder Yu was indeed qualified to say these words. If you still want to play next time, please play something more powerful. This is not challenging at all. Elder Yu said, okay, I won't talk nonsense with you. I am leaving. The medicinal properties of the powder will be automatically resolved after 3 days. I'm not interested in configuring the antidote for you. Just take it as a 3-day break. After speaking, Elder Yu turned around and boarded the helicopter. In the roar of the engine motor, it slowly lifted off and left the Medicine Valley. Looking at the departure of Elder Yu, Yang Ming got up from the ground helplessly. He smiled bitterly at Lu Yezi and Lin Dongfang, who also got up with him. It seems that the plan we have prepared for a long time has failed. Haha, let it be a failure. At most, we will start again. This time, it was just a small test. Lin Dongfang was very optimistic. However, Elder Yu also revealed a message, that is, he is getting more and more difficult to deal with. Yeah, I was thinking that when we were about to study the Jin Gang voodoo, we would call him to study it with us. Then, we would secretly lurk around him and kill him when he was unprepared. But I didn't expect that he actually turned his incomplete version of Jin Gang voodoo into a passive skill. Yang Ming really didn't know how to carry out the next step of the plan. but now it seems that it is impossible. That's true. His Jin Gang voodoo has also become a passive skill. We have no way to start, said Lu Yezi. Now, I'm a little regretful. When I dealt with Elder Yu, I should have killed him directly at the first meeting. Yang Ming's face showed a regretful expression. Chapter 2160. At that time, I didn't know that his incomplete version of Jin Gang Gu still needed time to activate, so I talked to him for a long time. At that time, if I could have lurked beside him and directly made a move, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Yang Ming was an assassin and was proficient in assassination. He believed that if he directly made a move at that time, the result would be different. But now, it was useless to think about this. At that time, how could Yang Ming think of passive and active skills? He only knew a little about Jin Gang Gu. But fortunately, you didn't kill him. Lin Dongfang smiled and comforted him. Oh, how so? Yang Ming asked with some doubts. If you directly killed Elder Yu at that time, what would you do? Would you go back directly to submit the mission? Lin Dongfang said. But in that case, Lu Qianxi and I would be trapped in the Medicine Valley forever, and we would never be able to get out. Oh, that's true. Yang Ming couldn't help but nod. It seems that everything is fated. You are right. If I really killed Elder Yu at that time, then you might be trapped here for the rest of your life, and no one would know. I also found my love here, so it's not a loss. Lu Yezi said. You kid. Yang Ming scolded with a smile. Okay, let's study the next thing. It seems that our idea of using Jin Gang Gu to restrain Jin Gang Gu is not feasible. Elder Yu has the weakness of Jin Gang Gu. If we use Jin Gang Gu in front of him, we will be poisoned. Sigh, I miscalculated. I wasted so much time to study this. Lin Dongfang smiled bitterly. In the end, it was all for Elder Yu. This is also my fault. Thinking about it carefully, when Elder Yu said that sentence, he made a few strange gestures on his body. Now that I think about it, it should be the powder to deal with Jin Gang Gu, but I didn't think so much. Yang Ming said, Here, one wrong step leads to many wrong steps. From the beginning, I was careless. How can you be blamed for this? None of us expected Elder Yu to have a trump card to deal with the Jin Gang Gu. If we had known earlier, we wouldn't have naively thought of using this move to deal with Elder Yu. Lin Dongfang waved his hand and said, Okay, don't say these regretful words now. We should study what to do next. Do we really obediently refine the voodoo of Jin Gang voodoo for Elder Yu? Yeah, let's study the next step of the plan. Lu Yezi also nodded. Things have come to this point. I'm a little unwilling. Now it seems that although Elder Yu's sacrificial refined an incomplete version of Jin Gang voodoo, after his modification, there is only a time limit. The other functions are no different from the complete version of Jin Gang voodoo, and it has also become a passive skill. In other words, we can no longer count on the incomplete version of Herculean voodoo no matter what. Yang Ming said, As for the remaining method, I don't have to tell you. You should already know you are talking about the complete version of Herculean voodoo? Lin Dongfang asked. Yes. Yang Ming said, If there is no other way, I will take the complete version of Herculean voodoo. Now, it seems that this is the only way to deal with him. You eat it? How can that be? After you eat it, what will you do in the future? You can't stay here forever, right? Lu Yezi said anxiously. There are so many people at home waiting for you to go back. Boss, what are you talking about? Don't be impulsive. I'm not being impulsive. Yang Ming waved his hand, motioning Lu Yezi to calm down, and then said, At present, we have used all the methods we can use. The only way left is this. If we don't deal with Elder Yu, then won't we be trapped here for the rest of our lives? What is the difference between that and not leaving here for the rest of our lives? If we refine the Jin Gang voodoo and give it to Elder Yu, will he let us go? Lu Yezi asked after a moment of silence. In my experience, he won't. Lin Dongfang shook his head. Elder Yu probably won't kill us, but he won't let us go either. It seems that we can only fight. Lu Yezi sighed. Now he also agreed with Yang Ming's proposal. but we can take the Herculean voodoo, but it can't be you. Or, I will take it. Isn't there still the quick cicada voodoo? There is no danger. Be careful in the future. Just take the quick cicada voodoo with you. It's not a big deal. Yang Ming said, moreover, Lan Ling is proficient in voodoo. It is more advantageous for me to take it than you. If there is a problem in the future, it will be easy to solve. No, this is too risky. If the quick cicada voodoo dies or runs away, won't you be in danger? Lu Yezi said, at most, I will stay here for the rest of my life. I will take it. I will take it. How could Yang Ming let his men take risks? He was a responsible person, so he naturally wouldn't do this. I will take it, Lu Yezi said. This is an order. Yang Ming said, I will resist once. Lu Yezi said, I say, are you two treating me as if I don't exist? Lin Dongfang said at this moment, why are you arguing here? Won't everything be fine if I take it? I am alone. When the time comes, I will just stay in this valley. You all have families. How can I let you take it? Brother Lin, you... Yang Ming also understood that Lin Dongfang's words were very reasonable. However, if he took it, although he wouldn't drag anyone down, how lonely would he be? How could he live without anyone in the future? Well, I have decided, Lin Dongfang said firmly, I will take it. Anyway, I don't have any family. I will just stay here when the time comes. Lu Yezi was Yang Ming's subordinate. Yang Ming could order him, but Lin Dongfang couldn't. Lin Dongfang was Yang Ming's elder brother. Yang Ming naturally had to respect his choice. No, I will discuss this matter with thee. How can I let you stay here alone? Lu Yezi was firmly opposed. Not only him, but he also wouldn't agree if she knew. Listen to me. You don't have to discuss with her. Lin Dongfang said, this matter is decided. How about this? Let's look again and see if there is anything that can replace the nutrient solution. If it really doesn't work, how about we take this risky step? Yang Ming mediated and said, anyway, we are not in a hurry. We have waited for so long. There is no hurry. Chapter 2161. What the boss said makes sense. We can look for it again. This way, it will be safer, right? Lu Yezi nodded in agreement and said, taking the complete version of the Hercules voodoo is the only way, so we must be more careful. That's fine too. Lin Dongfang nodded. After all, Yang Ming's suggestion was correct. Although everyone had looked for it before, they had to look for it again just to be safe. If there really was something that could replace the nutrient solution and spring water secreted by the quick cicada voodoo, they might be able to find it. However, Lin Dongfang still said, but we can decide who will take the Hercules voodoo. I think it's better for me to take it because I have an obvious advantage over you. This. Yang Ming and Lu Yezi looked at each other and smiled bitterly. It seemed that Lin Dongfang insisted on this. They had tried to persuade him for so long, but it was still useless. However, they were not in a hurry to study who would take it. The most important thing now was to find a substitute for the nutrient solution. So, in the next few days, everyone began their second trip to the Medicine Valley. They were still riding on the previous battery-powered car. This kind of battery-powered car was relatively common in various tourist attractions. It was convertible for tourists to enjoy the scenery. The speed of travel was also very slow. Yang Ming and others were like tourists who came to the Medicine Valley for a trip, but there was no driver or tour guide. They walked and stopped, wandering to every corner of the Medicine Valley, looking for a substitute for the Hercules voodoo. There was nothing to study now, so everyone completely treated this trip as a vacation. It was a good thing to find a substitute for the nutrient solution of the Hercules voodoo. If they couldn't find it, they wouldn't be too disappointed. After all, they didn't have much hope. It was just that this time, the search was more careful than the last time. Every time they arrived at a place, everyone would get off the car and search carefully. When the search was unsuccessful, everyone would take a photo and then go to the next place. They walked and stopped like this. Half of the journey took twice as long as the last time, but when everyone arrived at the location of the spring, they still didn't find any nutrient solution that could replace the Hercules voodoo. Thinking about it, To be able to find such a clear spring was already very good. Wanting to find another substitute was simply beyond difficult. When they were near the spring, Yang Ming sighed and said, "We're back here again. We didn't gain anything. This time, do you still want to fight with me? Since there is no substitute, I will take it." Lin Dongfang said. Yang Ming and the others were silent. Among these people, one of them had consumed the Herculean insect. It was either Lin Dongfang, Yang Ming, Lu Yezi, or Feng Tianlong. Anyway, it couldn't be anyone else. But these people were not alone. They all had wives. In fact, Xiao Susu didn't have long to live. She was the best candidate, but because Xiao Susu was pregnant, if she fought with Elder Yu, she was afraid that the child would be hurt. It's better for me to take it. After that, I will just stay here. Isn't there a West Star Mountain village on the other side? At that time, I will go to live in that village. When I need to drink spring water, I can come and drink it at any time. There are also villagers there to accompany me. It won't be too lonely. Lin Dongfang said. This. Yi was a little reluctant and said, "Adoptive father, we are all gone. What about you? Why don't Lu Yezi and I accompany you here?" "Haha, Yi, you haven't seen much of the world. You still have to go to the outside world in the future. As for your adoptive father, I have been outside for the first half of my life. Now I want to rest. It's okay. I am here. If you miss me, you can come and see me at any time," Lin Dongfang said with a smile. But Yi still wanted to say something, but Lin Dongfang waved his hand and interrupted her words. "Okay, don't say it. Let's settle it like this," Lin Dongfang said. Yi was silent. She was a little reluctant and couldn't bear it. She looked at Lu Yezi, hoping that Lu Yezi could say a few words. "Yi, how about this? When our child is born, we can let adoptive father help to take care of it. In this way, not only can we enjoy the two of us, but adoptive father won't be lonely." Lu Yezi thought of a way to get the best of both worlds. "Ah, I see." Although Yi was very simple, she was a little reluctant to leave the child behind. Since she was pregnant, she had been looking forward to the birth of the child. Her whole body exuded the glory of motherhood. At this time, she was reluctant to leave the child here. However, she also knew that what Lu Yezi said was the best way, because Lu Yezi must have come from a bustling city. How could he bear to stay in this small mountain village? He also wanted to see the outside world. Therefore, this was the only feasible way. This is a good idea. You two go and play. I will take care of the child for you. I won't be lonely then," Lin Dongfang said with a smile. "Then it's decided then." Lu Yezi nodded and said, "Today are we going back, or are we going to play here again? Let's play. The scenery here seems to be good." Yang Ming pointed to a place not far away and said, "Moreover, we haven't been to that side last time. Although that side is full of mountains and cliffs, and there are no plants or streams, maybe there will be some new discoveries." Yang Ming and the others circled around one half of the medicinal valley, and the other half was full of cliffs and cliffs. There was no grass on that side, so Yang Ming and the others did not go there last time. When they came to the end of the medicinal valley, they went straight back. But this time, Yang Ming was going to go and take a look. Even if they did not find anything, it could be regarded as a trip. Anyway, time was not very tight. "All right, it's not bad to take photos over there," said Lu Yezi. So, after everyone rested at the spring for a night, the next morning, they went to the other side of the medicinal valley. This was a place where everyone had never been before, and the further they went, the harder it was to drive the car. Everyone's car was an electric car, not an off-road vehicle. So finally, they could no longer move forward in a place with a lot of sand and stones. Everyone could only stop the car, get out of the car, and prepare to go on foot to take a look. Because although this place looked simple and crude, there were all kinds of mountains and cliffs which form a good picture. It would definitely be very beautiful when taken in a photo. Chapter 2162. Yang Ming and Lu Yezi found a safe place to park the car. Although there was not much wind or rain in the Medicine Valley, because the battery car was convertible and its structure was relatively simple, They were afraid that it would be damaged if it was parked for a long time. Moreover, in order to prevent the battery from running out of power for a long time, they must park the car in a place where it could see the sun every day so that it could automatically charge through the solar energy. However, they couldn't be exposed to the sun all day long, so the parking location was a big problem. After parking the car, everyone carried their bags and walked in the direction of the rocks and cliffs. Yi and Susu were just pregnant, so it wouldn't affect their movements. Everyone was physically strong, so they could replenish their energy by resting in the open air for one night every day. After walking for about 2 days, everyone came to the edge of the rock cliff. Although it seemed to be in front of them when they parked the car, they realized that the journey wasn't so easy when they really walked. Some roads couldn't be taken at all. They had to take a detour. So, when everyone came to the foot of the mountain, there was a burst of cheers. This was a place that no one had ever been to, including Lin Dongfang. He had been in the Medicine Valley for more than 10 years, but he had never been to such a far place. One was that the terrain here was dangerous, and the other was that there was no need to come here. We should carve our names here to celebrate. It is estimated that we will only come here once in our lives. I don't know how many years it will take for someone to come here again. Looking at the naturally formed steep rock cliff here, Yang Ming said with emotion, "Yeah, the people from West Star Mountain Village on the opposite side will probably never climb this mountain and come here, because in their opinion, this is the mountain stream. Coming down from such a steep mountain is tantamount to courting death." Lin Dongfang nodded and said, "Why is it called West Star Mountain Village?" Yang Ming wanted to ask this question last time. At this time, Lin Dongfang mentioned it again. Yang Ming casually asked, "There's also a mountain called West Star Mountain on our side. I don't know about this. I just occasionally heard Elder Yu and his men mention it." Lin Dongfang shook his head and said, "But what's so strange about this? One is the West Star Mountain, and the other is the West Star Mountain Village. They are two completely different places. There shouldn't be anything strange about that, right?" "That's true. However, since this village is called West Star Mountain Village, does that mean that this mountain is also called West Star Mountain?" Yang Ming pointed at the cliff and asked, "I really don't know." Lin Dongfang said, "I only know that this place is called the Medicine Valley. I don't think I have any other names. Then let's call this place West Star Mountain." Yang Ming said with a smile, "Let's carve our names on it." That doesn't matter. Since you like it, then come." Lin Dongfang found a few hard stones and prepared to carve words on the cliff. Because everyone had taken the incomplete version of the Herculean voodoo, it was not enough to deal with Elder Yu, but it was not a problem to carve words on the cliff. However, even though there was no problem, it still took a lot of effort. Although everyone's strength was greater, it was very difficult to carve words on the cliff with stones because the hardness of the stones was about the same as the cliff, and it was easy to shatter. Although everyone had taken the Jin Gang voodoo, it was impossible to write on the wall with their fingers. After all, those were fingers. In a sense, they were invulnerable, but they could not be used as carving tools. Therefore, when everyone worked together to write the words West Star Mountain on the stone wall, they were extremely excited. Then, they took photos here as a souvenir. They played for a whole day until night, when they lit a bonfire and rested nearby. Tomorrow, they were going to explore further. The night in the valley was quiet, and there was no sound. Everyone was tired for a day, but they couldn't sleep. They all lay on the ground and talked. Lu Yezi and Yi were quietly studying the problem of the child's future. "Yezi, do you really want to leave the child here, and then the two of us will leave this place? That child is so pitiful." Yi was an orphan when she was a child, so she knew how pitiful a child without parents was. Actually, you can think of this matter from another perspective. This is also a kind of experience for the child, right? If you don't train, it will be difficult for you to achieve great things in the future. Lu Yezi said, "And you will eventually leave with me. After we leave." Speaking of this, Lu Yezi was a little hesitant. "What's wrong?" He was slightly taken aback. She heard that Lu Yezi seemed to be implying something, but he didn't say it directly. Nothing. There are some things that we should talk about when we reach that step in the future. Lu Yezi shook his head and said, we can come and see the child often. It's not very tiring, right? That's true, but let's talk about this after the child is born. He nodded and sighed. Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu were also whispering to each other. Tianlong, what do you think about our child? If she asks where her mother went in the future, what will you say? Xiao Susu thought that she might leave soon after the child was born, and she was a little sad. I'll tell her, your mother is asleep, but one day she will wake up, Feng Tianlong said sadly. Then what if she wants to see me? Xiao Susu asked. Didn't Mr. Lin say that? When the time comes, I can seal you in an ice coffin before you completely lose all signs of life, and then wait for him to find a way to save you, or wait for other miracles to happen. Feng Tianlong said, when the time comes, I can take the child to see you. Then you can only lie to her when she is young. When she grows up and understands, she will know that you are lying. Xiao Susu sighed. I really want to see my baby grow up, but I'm afraid I won't have the chance. Tianlong, when the time comes, if you can't stand the loneliness, you can remarry, but you can't be bad to the child. Do you hear me? Otherwise, I will jump out of the ice coffin and fight you to the death. Haha, if I can really resurrect you, I would rather find another one. But my heart can't hold anyone else. Feng Tianlong said, if I were a hypocrite, I wouldn't have fallen out with my family because of you. Then you don't regret it? Xiao Susu heard Feng Tianlong say this and immediately smiled sweetly and happily. Chapter 2163. Regret? Regret what? Feng Tianlong shook his head. From the moment I decided to accept this mission and come here with you, I've never regretted it. I'm very happy. Xiao Susu heard Feng Tianlong's words and said from the bottom of her heart, but I really want to advise you, after I'm gone, you should go back to the family. You're the heir of the family and should have greater achievements. Don't hold you back because of me. Go back? How can I go back now? Feng Tianlong smiled bitterly. I've said it before, from the moment I step out of the Feng family's door, I won't go back unless they take you back in a proper sedan chair and recognize you as the young mistress of the Feng family. Tianlong, you're too stubborn. If I'm dead, how can they bring me back? Bring an ice coffin back? Xiao Susu smiled. After you go back, you can let your daughter have a better life. Impossible. After I go back, my father will definitely force me to marry into another family. When that happens, they'll see our daughter as a thorn in their side and want her to die. Feng Tianlong shook his head. You don't have to persuade me. I've already made up my mind. After the child is born, I'll bring her back and register her. I'll only admit that I'm a descendant of the Feng family, but I won't go back. Do as you wish. Xiao Susu saw that she couldn't persuade Feng Tianlong and could only shake her head helplessly. Then what do you plan to do in the future? I'll raise the child alone and find a cure for her illness. Feng Tianlong said, Don't worry, I'll do my best. Of course I believe you. Are you still hoping that I'll wake up in the future? Xiao Susu saw through Feng Tianlong's thoughts. Of course, I believe that miracles will happen. Feng Tianlong said. Then I'll look forward to the day I open my eyes to see you, to see our daughter. Xiao Susu said longingly. That day will definitely come. When that time comes, our daughter might be as old as you are now. Feng Tianlong was also looking forward to the future. When we go out in the future, will people say that we're mother and daughter or sisters? Am I too young? Xiao Susu smiled. When that time comes, people will say that you're leading a pair of twins. Ha ha! Feng Tianlong laughed loudly. That's even better. When the time comes, I'll be an old man and young wife. Everyone will be envious of me. By the way, Sky Dragon, can you promise me something? Xiao Susu suddenly said. What is it? Tell me. Feng Tianlong didn't expect Xiao Susu to suddenly become serious. What do you want me to do? As long as I can do it, I will do it. I'm saying if. Xiao Susu paused and said, if there is only one chance to save lives, I hope you can give it to our daughter instead of me. Can you do that? This. Feng Tianlong's daughter wasn't born yet, so he couldn't understand the feeling of a father's love. In his opinion, if there was a chance to save his life, he would rather save Susu than save his daughter. But since Xiao Susu said so, Feng Tianlong looked at her hopeful and determined eyes and said, "Okay, I promise you, if there's a chance, we will prioritize saving our daughter." As long as you promise me this. Xiao Susu nodded with satisfaction. Not far from them, Yang Ming wasn't resting either. He was casually chatting with Xia Shui and Lan Ling, reminiscing about the past. Although Yang Ming didn't interact with Xia Shui and Lan Ling for a long time, everyone had their own beautiful memories. Now that they were talking about it, it was very interesting. I don't know if the Vigor Goo can counter Elder Yu's Jin Gang Goo this time. I have a premonition that things won't go as smoothly as expected, Lan Ling said. I hope my premonition is wrong, but my premonition has always been accurate. It has never been wrong. Oh, why do you suddenly have this premonition? Yang Ming was shocked. It shouldn't be. Isn't the Vigor Goo the nemesis of the Jin Gang Goo? Why would there be a problem? I can't say for sure. I can't explain it clearly. Lan Ling shook her head and said, the Vigor Goo is the nemesis of the Jin Gang Goo, but there may be some accidents. Accidents? Yang Ming asked in confusion. For example, Elder Yu also knows the weakness of the Vigor Goo, or his Jin Gang Goo has mutated after his modification. These are hard to say. Lan Ling smiled bitterly and said, moreover, after the Vigor Goo is taken, there is a limit to the number of times it can be used. After a few uses, you have to take nutrient solutions or spring water. In this way, the problem comes, you mean if after a few attacks we don't hit Elder Yu, or if we hit him, but it didn't achieve the expected effect, and the Vigor Goo can no longer be used here, we will fall into a passive situation, right? Yang Ming nodded and asked, that's right. That's what I mean. Many things can't be said to be possible in theory. In practice, there will always be accidents. Lan Ling nodded and said, I have a good idea. Yang Ming suddenly said, since the quick cicada goo can secrete nutrient solutions, then we can give the quick cicada goo to Brother Lin Dongfang and let the quick cicada goo produce nutrient solutions in his body. In this way, wouldn't we be able to maintain the activity of the Vigor Goo? In theory, it is possible, but the quick cicada goo has now grown into an adult goo poison. As long as it is taken, it will have a great impact on IQ. Memory will decline rapidly, and Brother Lin will become a forgetful idiot. Lan Ling shook her head and said, can we take it before we deal with Elder Yu? Isn't that no problem? Yang Ming said, for example, if we know that we're going to deal with Elder Yu today, then let Brother Lin Dongfang take it. Isn't it fine? Then what will you do in the future? Even if you defeat Elder Yu, do you want Brother Lin Dongfang to be a forgetful idiot for a lifetime? Lan Ling asked. Of course, this is not necessary. I can use the previous method. Use a silver needle, stick the quick cicada goo, and then dig it out. Isn't it solved? Said Yang Ming. Use the previous method? That's impossible. Lan Ling said. Could it be that you forgot what you took? Chapter 2164. What did he consume? Yang Ming was slightly stunned and asked. Jin Gang Goo. Lan Ling said word by word. Jin Gang Goo? What does this have to do with the previous method? Yang Ming was slightly stunned and didn't react. Stupid. Lan Ling rolled her eyes at Yang Ming and said, Jin Gang Goo, invulnerable. How can you use a silver needle to pierce it? Don't forget that Jin Gang Goo is a passive skill. If you consume the quick cicada goo, you can't kill it anymore. It can only continue to cause trouble in the body and turn the person into an amnesiac idiot. Ugh, I forgot about this. Yang Ming said with a bitter smile. It seems that it won't work. I shouldn't have consumed the Jin Gang Goo. If you don't consume the Jin Gang Goo, it will be more difficult to solve an accident. If the Herculean Goo fails, you won't lose your life. But without the amulet of the Jin Gang Goo, Brother Lin is likely to be killed by Elder Yu instead. That's true. Yang Ming listened to Lan Ling's explanation and suddenly had a headache. This didn't work, and that didn't work. It was like walking into a dead end. He didn't know what to do. Doesn't that mean that the only way is to try? Xia Shui said, but fortunately, Elder Yu wants us to refine the Jin Gangu for him, so he won't kill us for the time being. Especially Brother Lin, the main researcher, he won't kill us easily. This is equivalent to saving Brother Lin's life. Yeah, that's the only way. Yang Ming sighed. In front of Elder Yu, this invulnerable weirdo, Yang Ming felt his insignificance for the first time. Previously, Yang Ming thought that he was already very powerful. He was an assassin, had the support of some large families, and even had an island. This could be considered the life of a top tycoon. However, when he really came into contact with opponents of a higher level, he realized that his little bit of skill was really not enough to do anything. Take Elder Yu, for example. Assassins were really powerless against him. An enemy of this level had already surpassed the scope of ordinary people. Yang Ming's skills as an assassin were completely ineffective against him. Before this, Yang Ming had never come into contact with an enemy of this level. At that time, he thought that he was already very powerful, but now it seemed that he was just a frog in a well. Of course, although Yang Ming had this feeling, Yang Ming had never been discouraged. In fact, looking at Yang Ming's growth during this period of time, along the way, the opponents he came into contact with were from the initial gangsters to some assassin families. They were also getting stronger and stronger. However, Yang Ming never flinched. He always went forward bravely and stepped on the difficulties under his feet. Therefore, this time, Yang Ming also firmly believed that he could defeat Elder Yu and win the final victory. Because there might be more powerful enemies in the future, Yang Ming had to grow in difficulties. For a long time, Yang Ming was a person who couldn't be idle. Just like this mission, he knew that there was a tiger in the mountain, but he still went to the mountain. In order to become a hero and eliminate evil, and also for the peace of Lan Ling and the others, he must take down Elder Yu. There will be a way when the time comes. Lan Ling said, "You don't have to worry too much." That's true. Now, it's a little troublesome. Yang Ming nodded and said, "Let's sleep. We still have to play tomorrow." The night passed in silence. The next day, everyone only woke up when it was almost noon. Firstly, they were really tired from walking yesterday. Secondly, everyone had been whispering last night, so they slept late. Therefore, they only woke up when the sun was high in the sky. It was really comfortable to sleep. Yang Ming got up and stretched, while Lan Ling and Xia Shui helped Su Su, Yi, and Chen Xiaojing to prepare food. Haha, bro, this trip is really worth it. I didn't know that there was such a fun place here before. Lu Yezi said, even if we come again in the future, we will go to the opposite West Star Mountain village. It is impossible to come to this Medicine Valley again. So, you also decided to let Brother Lin Dongfang stay here? Asked Yang Ming. And what if we don't decide? Lu Yezi shrugged and said, this is the only way. We have also persuaded him, but he said that he is the most suitable. Haha, you don't have to trouble Lu Yezi. This is my own decision. Lin Dongfang said, it's not bad here. I'm also used to this kind of quiet life. I will spend my old age here. Okay. Yang Ming shrugged and didn't say anything more. On the other side, Lan Ling and the others had already prepared the meal. Everyone went to eat and continued to move along the mountain wall. Everyone walked and took photos. Soon it was afternoon. When they were tired, everyone sat down on the stone and prepared to rest. I'm so tired. We can't walk again tomorrow. Let's go back. The road here is too difficult to walk. If we continue to walk, we will probably die of exhaustion. Yi couldn't bear it. After all, she was pregnant and didn't have Xiao Susu's physique. The first one who couldn't bear it was naturally her. Okay, anyway, the scenery in front is almost the same. Let's not walk anymore. We will rest here tonight and prepare to return tomorrow, said Yang Ming. It's okay. I can carry her. Lu Yezi didn't want to spoil everyone's mood, so he said, we've had enough fun. Feng Tianlong said, the scenery in front is nothing special. It doesn't make sense for us to continue walking, so it is also everyone's intention to return. Yeah, there's nothing in front. Yang Ming pointed to the stone cliff not far away and suddenly made a strange sound. Hey, what is that? What? Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, and the others were stunned and looked in the direction Yang Ming pointed. Yang Ming's eyesight was better. He originally wanted to see if there was anything different in the distance, so he used the telescopic ability. As a result, he saw a silver-white, shiny thing in the distance. However, the others' eyes couldn't see as far as Yang Ming, so they didn't see anything in the direction Yang Ming pointed. They all looked at Yang Ming with some doubts. What is it? Lin Dongfang asked. Why didn't we see it? There's a silver-white, shiny thing. Yang Ming used his ability to zoom in and observe the strange thing. However, when Yang Ming's eyes zoomed in, he saw something like a flying saucer. Chapter 2165. The structure inside was also very precise and peculiar, like a high-tech electronic device. Let me see. Feng Tianlong took out the binoculars from his backpack and looked carefully in the direction that Yang Ming pointed. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, sure enough, there is a silver-white thing. But what is this thing? Why is it so strange? It doesn't seem to be something from here. It seems to be a metal thing. It doesn't seem to be formed naturally." Lu Yezi was also stunned. He also took out the binoculars and looked into the distance. However, at first glance, he was shocked and jumped up in surprise. What the heck, it can't be. It's actually a UFO? Lu Yezi exclaimed. Of course, what shocked him was not that he saw a flying saucer. Although a flying saucer was enough to make him crazy, the most important thing was that this flying saucer gave him a sense of déjà vu. It seems to be, Lu Yezi felt that it was unlikely. What's wrong, Lu Yezi? Are you sure this is a UFO? Do you know it? Yang Ming listened to Lu Yezi's words and turned to look at Lu Yezi strangely. I seem to have seen this kind of thing somewhere, but I'm not sure if it is, Lu Yezi said. The thing I saw was a UFO, but I'm not sure if this thing is a UFO. No way, we actually saw a UFO in this valley. Yang Ming's thoughts couldn't keep up. It can't really be a UFO, right? It's possible. In our Supernatural Investigation Bureau, there is a department dedicated to studying UFOs and UFOs. Although it doesn't belong to the same department as us, we usually have contact with each other, so I still know a little about this. Feng Tianlong said, there should be flying saucers, but as for what they are, whether it's a natural phenomenon or an alien flying tool, we need to do more research. But this kind of stationary flying saucer on the ground, I don't think there are many of them, because most of the flying saucers that people see are flying in the sky and taking pictures. So, this is really possible to be a UFO, and there may be aliens in this UFO. Yang Ming listened to Feng Tianlong's explanation and nodded. It seems that I'm too ignorant. I'm in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. I investigate these mysterious phenomena. UFOs are naturally nothing. Let me see. Lan Ling was also puzzled. Why would such a thing appear in the Medicine Valley? She had never seen such a thing before. Yang Ming handed the binoculars over to Lan Ling Yi, and Su Su also wanted to watch the UFO. So after Lu Yezi and Feng Tianlong finished watching, they asked them to bring the binoculars over to let them have a look. After everyone finished looking at it, the final conclusion was that this thing really looked like a UFO. Boss, don't you have X-ray vision? Take a look at this flying saucer. What exactly is it made of? Is it solid or is it made of electronic components? Lu Yezi hesitated and asked. I've already seen it before. This is a technological product made up of some electronic components, not just a simple flying saucer-like object. Yang Ming said, there are many high-tech components that look very sophisticated, but I don't recognize any of them. No way. It's impossible. Lu Yezi frowned. Could it be a coincidence? It shouldn't be them, right? Them? Coincidence? Lu Yezi, what are you talking about? Yang Ming asked curiously. What's wrong with you? Nothing. I must have judged wrongly. It has nothing to do with me. Lu Yezi shook his head. I say, Lu Yezi, what are you talking about? It's not like you to be hesitant. Yang Ming felt that Lu Yezi must have something to hide from everyone. Lu Yezi, are you hiding something from us? Yi's intuition was also relatively sharp, especially when facing Lu Yezi. She felt that Lu Yezi should have something to tell them. This, Lu Yezi smiled bitterly and said, AI, well, anyway, we are all good brothers and sisters. We are all trustworthy people. I won't hide it. And what do you want to say? Yang Ming listened to Lu Yezi's tone. It seemed that there was a big secret to hide from everyone. Actually, I have seen a UFO, and I came here by UFO. Lu Yezi said, whether you believe it or not, I can tell you for sure that I came from a different planet. What? Yang Ming heard Lu Yezi's words and suddenly widened his eyes. What did you say? You came from a different planet? You mean you are an alien? No way, right? I say, Yezi, is it true? Feng Tianlong also widened his eyes and looked at Lu Yezi in disbelief. However, if these people hadn't known Lu Yezi for a long time and knew that he couldn't make such a big joke, they would definitely think that he was talking nonsense. However, he said it in all seriousness, as if it was true, which made everyone puzzled. So, I am pregnant with an alien baby? He also looked at Lu Yezi with a confused look. Will there be a problem with the baby? Alien? Terminator? Xia Shui also looked at Yi's stomach strangely, puffed. Lu Yezi was amused by Xia Shui's words. I say, sister-in-law, look carefully. I'm not an alien. I'm just like you. I just live on an alien planet. You just look the same. Many aliens can change. Have you seen Wesley and the Blue-Blooded Man? Feng Tian is like that. Xia Shui said. Ahem. Feng Tian. As soon as Xia Shui's voice fell, Yang Ming coughed. Feng Tian wasn't his master, Feng Tian. He actually had the same name as the Blue-Blooded Man. Okay, stop fooling around. I'm really the same as you guys. Lu Yezi smiled bitterly. It's just that I moved there, but I don't know the details. I only know that my father wanted me to gain experience, so he sent me here to carry out some dangerous missions. Oh, I understand. Yang Ming said, You mean you are an Earthling living on an alien planet, right? Yes, but I'm still living on Earth. It's just that my family lives on an alien planet. Lu Yezi nodded and said, Does everyone understand what I mean? Chapter 2166. Understood. Then you want to say that you came here in this kind of flying saucer? So, you think this flying saucer looks familiar? Asked Yang Ming. Yes, that's it. Lu Yezi breathed a sigh of relief and said, So you don't have to worry. I'm the same as you. We won't give birth to an alien baby. What alien? I'm talking about aliens. Said Haha, isn't it the same? Lu Yezi laughed. Lu Yezi, it turns out that you have a big background. You are an alien. So, that flying saucer might really have something to do with you? Asked Yang Ming. This, although I have seen a flying saucer and I have a flying saucer at home, I can't say that the flying saucer belongs to my family. Lu Yezi smiled bitterly. It's so far away now, and I can't see it clearly. Who knows what happened to this flying saucer? Maybe it crashed here. Forget it. No matter what it is, we have to go and see it tomorrow. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, It's too late today. The road is not easy to walk on, and we can't cross it. Let's wait until tomorrow to see what happened. That's true. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Lu Yezi also nodded and said. However, Eve didn't seem to want to let Lu Yezi go. Yezi, where's your home? Why did you go to an alien planet? I don't know. My father didn't tell me much about him. I just came here to experience. I don't know anything else. Lu Yezi spread his hands and smiled bitterly. So that's the case. Yi nodded and said, Then, you told me before that you wanted me to go back with you. You wanted to say something, but stopped. Did you want me to accompany you back to the planet where you live? Yes, I wanted to say it at the time, but things were too unbelievable, so I didn't say it at the time. Lu Yezi said, I said it at the time, but I was afraid that you wouldn't believe me. But now that I saw such a flying saucer, I told you my origin. Then you came from an alien planet. Do you have any powerful cards? Asked Yang Ming. Isn't there only such a jade pendant? It is said that it can be used as a high-end communicator in storage space, but it has been broken for a long time and it has not been repaired. At present, it can only be used as a predictor, and sometimes it's not very effective. Lu Yezi said helplessly. As for other things, I don't have anything else. If I had it, I would use Jin Gangu here with you. Yang Ming nodded and said, I thought you would have some powerful trump card. You made me happy for nothing. What do you think? If there was really any powerful special ability, I would have said it long ago. Lu Yezi smiled bitterly. 2. Everyone agreed that they would head straight for that flying saucer-shaped object the next morning. He wanted to see what it was, too. Everyone woke up early the next morning. Today, everyone had agreed to explore the flying saucer, so everyone was a little excited. Although the flying saucer seemed to be closer, it was actually very far away, so everyone had to return to the battery car first, and then drive the battery car to find the flying saucer. Because everyone was anxious, they walked very fast. They didn't have the mood to stop and look at the scenery like before, so it only took them one morning to return to the place where the battery car was parked. Next, everyone drove the battery car without stopping and then quickly drove to the location of the flying saucer. This time, everyone was moving at full speed, but even so, the speed of the battery car couldn't be increased. This was also because Elder Yu deliberately limited the speed of the battery car for everyone's safety. This battery car was convertible, so the safety factor was not very high. Elder Yu was also afraid that there would be some problems when driving at high speed. If someone was injured, who would help him study the Hercules goo? Therefore, even if everyone drove very fast, it was already evening when they arrived at the location of the flying saucer. But this was not important because hope was in front of them. Everyone was about to arrive at the location of the flying saucer. The closer they got, the more surprised Lu Yezi was. This was because this flying saucer was exactly the same as the one in his house. He was very excited. Could it be that this flying saucer really came from his house? Finally, the two battery cars stopped next to the flying saucer. Lu Yezi looked at the flying saucer in front of him in a daze. He had a feeling of déjà vu. This feeling made him feel a little emotional. It seems to be a flying saucer from our planet. Lu Yezi looked at the flying saucer and murmured, I wonder if anyone is here? Or is it an abandoned flying saucer that no one wants? It doesn't seem to be. Yang Ming shook his head and said, This flying saucer looks very new, and there are no signs of damage. As far as I can see, the facilities inside are also intact. Of course, I don't know what the damage is like, but there should be no problem visually. Is there anyone in there? Lu Yezi shouted at the flying saucer excitedly. There is no one in the flying saucer. Yang Ming shook his head. He had used his X-ray vision to check before. The flying saucer was empty. There was no life in it, so Yang Ming was so sure. It turns out that there is no one. Lu Yezi said with some disappointment. I thought there would be someone in there. Then, why would this flying saucer appear here? How would I know this? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. However, since this flying saucer is similar to the one in your house, do you know how to operate it? Can we use the flying saucer to deal with Elder Yu? Are there any high-tech weapons in it? How is that possible? Lu Yezi suddenly shook his head with a bitter smile. Let's not talk about the fact that I don't have the activation password of the flying saucer. Even if I do, this flying saucer can only travel through space. It has no attack function. I see. I have seen in science fiction movies that flying saucers can shoot lasers or something like that. It seems very powerful, Xia Shui said with some disappointment. You also said that it was a science fiction movie, Lu Yezi said helplessly. Then, didn't we come here for nothing? Yang Ming frowned and looked at the behemoth in front of him helplessly. Chapter 2167. Should I study it again? Lu Yezi smiled bitterly and said, Aren't we just here to see something new? Even if it can't be used, isn't it good to take a photo here as a souvenir? Okay. Yang Ming also knew that he was too anxious. When he saw the flying saucer, he thought that he could find a weapon to deal with Elder Yu. But he didn't expect that this flying saucer didn't have any attack power. It couldn't be controlled and used. Liu Yezi carefully observed the flying saucer, trying to find a way to control the flying saucer, but he couldn't find it. After searching for a long time, he still couldn't find any device that could activate the flying saucer. Yang Ming and others stood next to the flying saucer to take a photo. This was a rare opportunity. Most people wouldn't see a flying saucer in their lifetime, let alone a flying saucer on the ground. This was also a fortuitous encounter. No, I don't know the activation password. If I enter it randomly, I may break the activation device of the flying saucer. Liu Yezi stood up and said with a wry smile. What will happen if you break it? Asked Yang Ming. After it is broken, the flying saucer may enter a locked state. The specific consequences will be judged according to the initial setting. It may self-destruct, or nothing may happen. It may also be that after it is locked, only the owner of the flying saucer can unlock it. This is hard to say, Liu Yezi said. Although this is very similar to the flying saucer in my house, it is hard to say whether it is the flying saucer in my house because I've been away from home for many years, so I don't have a deep impression of it. I didn't invent the flying saucer. I just wrote it once, so that's the case. Then you try it. If we really activate this flying saucer, maybe we can find some secrets in it. Yang Ming suggested. Even if this flying saucer is destroyed, we have nothing to lose. What if the owner of the flying saucer comes back here and finds that the flying saucer is destroyed? What if he can't go home? Liu Yezi was a little worried. This flying saucer is placed here, so it should be ownerless, right? We have been in the Medicine Valley for so long, and we haven't seen anyone else appear, so I feel like someone left it here and didn't want it, said Yang Ming. Then let's try it. Yang Ming's proposal made Liu Yezi a little tempted. After all, no one knew what secrets were in this flying saucer. What if they could find an opportunity to deal with Elder Yu? Therefore, Liu Yezi finally nodded. Let's give it a try. I'll use my X-ray vision to observe the situation inside the flying saucer for you. If anything bad happens, we'll evacuate as soon as possible. Yang Ming said. All right, then it's settled. I'm going to try to activate this flying saucer. Liu Yezi nodded. However, just as everyone was preparing to test the passcode of the flying saucer, suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the cliff not far behind them. What happened? Yang Ming's reaction was the fastest. He turned around abruptly and saw that on the cliff behind him, a stone door suddenly appeared, and the stone door was slowly opening at this moment. Could it be that I've caused a chain reaction? But I haven't touched the UFO yet. Liu Yezi innocently stretched out his hands, indicating that he hadn't started yet. Could it be that the owner of the flying saucer is coming out? Yang Ming thought of a possibility. Since Liu Yezi hadn't touched the flying saucer yet, the stone door on the cliff behind him had opened. There was only one possibility. The owner of the flying saucer had just heard the conversation between Yang Ming and others. They saw that Yang Ming and others wanted to violently test the activation code of the flying saucer. So they opened the stone door and prepared to stop Yang Ming and others from continuing. At this moment, the stone door was still slowly rising. Liu Yezi, Yang Ming, and others also put down what they were doing and stared at the stone door intently. They wanted to see what would appear behind the stone door. Would it be a human, a monster, or an alien? Of course, everyone was also prepared for battle. If it was an enemy, then there would definitely be a conflict. Yang Ming, Liu Yezi, Lin Dongfang, and Feng Tianlong all took the lead and stood in front, protecting the two pregnant women in the team. Don't test it. It will destroy the activation device of the flying saucer. Before the stone door on the cliff was fully opened, a voice shouted loudly to everyone. However, this voice made everyone feel relieved. At the very least, this showed that the person behind the stone door was a human and not a monster. Moreover, it was a human like everyone else because everyone could understand what he said. Accompanied by the sound of kakaka, the stone door finally rose completely, and what followed was some flying dust. What shocked Yang Ming was that his special ability couldn't penetrate the stone wall of this cave, so he couldn't see the scene inside the stone wall of the cave clearly. This had never happened before. Yang Ming's special ability failed for the first time. While Yang Ming was shocked, he subconsciously used his X-ray vision to look at other places. He found that he could see through the flying saucer and other things. He could even see Lu Yezi's internal organs, but he couldn't see through the situation behind the stone door. The only explanation was that the stone door must have used some kind of high-tech means to guard against Yang Ming's X-ray vision. Of course, this was not necessarily to guard against Yang Ming. Perhaps this was just one of the safety precautions. This also made Yang Ming have a strong interest in the people behind the stone door. Obviously, the other party had an extremely high level of technology, which could be seen from the flying saucer in front of them. This stone door proved this point. Even Yang Ming's X-ray vision was useless. Finally, the dust dissipated, and Yang Ming and others could see the situation behind the stone door clearly. "Ah!" Lu Yezi exclaimed. "Grandpa's son, why are you here?" With Lu Yezi's exclamation, Yang Ming also widened his eyes and looked at the two people in the cave in front of him in disbelief. Because he knew these two people. To be exact, he had seen them before, but he was not very familiar with them. Obviously, after Lu Yezi called out Grandpa's son, he also saw the person beside Grandpa Sunday. He was even more surprised. Aren't you the fortune teller?" "Ha, little Yezi, really? I didn't want you to find out, but who knew that you were going to forcibly activate the flying saucer's device? I was afraid that you would break it, so I could only show myself," Grandpa's son said helplessly. "Aren't you?" Yang Ming rushed over quickly. This old man, Yang Ming would never forget in his life. Chapter 2168. Yes, among the two people in front of him, the old man called Grandpa Sun was the old man who gave Yang Ming a pair of contact lenses and let Yang Ming embark on the path of the strong. So, how could Yang Ming not be surprised? The other one was the old fortune teller, Old Man M.O., whom Yang Ming met in the night market near the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Yang Ming really couldn't imagine that the mysterious old man he had been looking for would actually meet here. And why would he be with the old Taoist, M.O., calm one? "Haha, Yang Ming, we meet again. Good boy. It seems that I didn't give the wrong glasses to the wrong person." Grandpa's son smiled and nodded to Yang Ming and said, "I am very happy to see you here. It seems that after you got this pair of glasses, you did a lot of good things. Otherwise, I would have taken this pair of glasses back." "Ah, take it back." Yang Ming was shocked. He didn't expect Grandpa's son to take back the glasses. However, Yang Ming was very fortunate. After he got this pair of glasses, he didn't do any bad things. "I can give it to you. Naturally, I can take it back." Grandpa's son nodded and said, "But you used this pair of glasses to do some serious things. Although sometimes you did some dirty things like peeking at girls, it didn't hurt. The ones you peeked at were your own girlfriends. This isn't a problem, ugh. Grandpa's son, you can see what I do." Yang Ming was shocked. He didn't expect that the things he did couldn't escape Grandpa's son's eyes. Then, what he saw, Grandpa's son could see it too. "Of course, I can't see it, but I know what you do with the glasses. The eyes have a function to record information. It can record what you do with it every day. Although I can't see the specific image, I know the general things you do," said Grandpa Sunday. "Ugh, this pair of glasses can actually transmit information?" Yang Ming was surprised. "Of course." Grandpa's son smiled and said, "The technology here is something you can't imagine. It turns out to be like this." Yang Ming suddenly understood. However, he looked at Lu Yezi again. Lu Yezi actually knows this Grandpa's son? Seeing Yang Ming's inquiring gaze, Lu Yezi naturally understood what Yang Ming meant. He wanted Lu Yezi to introduce him. So he said, "Bro, this is Grandpa's son Seacombe. He is an engineer. This flying saucer in front of us was invented and made by him. He's a PhD in science and technology. He's very impressive." So he's from your planet?" Yang Ming asked in surprise. "You can say that." Lu Yezi nodded and said, "As for why he is here, I don't understand. And he gave you the glasses. It seems that you know more about him than me, right?" Lu Yezi was telling the truth. He didn't have much contact with Sun Sikong because Sun Sikong was busy with research in the past. He only dealt with Sun Sikong when he came here to take the flying saucer. At other times, there was no contact. I only met Grandpa's son in an accident. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. At that time, he was bullied by a few little gangsters. I just happened to teach those people a lesson, but I accidentally broke my own glasses. Grandpa's son gave me a pair of contact lenses to compensate me. I didn't expect that this pair of glasses could see through things. It could also be used for long-distance vision and myopia. Yang Ming, let me ask you. If I take back the glasses now, will you give it to me? Sun Sikong suddenly asked. Now? Yang Ming was stunned. Sun Sikong's words caught Yang Ming off guard. He didn't know how to answer. Answer me, Sun Sikong said sternly. Yang Ming lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Then, he said with certainty, Here. Oh, don't you feel bad? This kind of powerful ability, most people don't want to lose it after they have it. Why do you still agree to return it to me? Sun Sikong looked at Yang Ming with interest and asked, Although my success is inseparable from this pair of glasses, when I think about it carefully, if I don't have this pair of glasses, I can still succeed. Yang Ming looked up and said, Success and failure, sometimes it depends on the mentality. If there is confidence in the heart, as long as there is a dream, it will definitely be realized. On the contrary, if there is no dream and you give up, then no matter how good the tool is, it can't turn the situation around. Well said. Sun Sikong nodded with satisfaction. Now that I think about it, this pair of glasses gave me mainly because of confidence. Although I would have some trouble without this pair of glasses, as long as I have confidence, I think I can solve it in other ways. It doesn't necessarily have to rely on special abilities. Yang Ming said, But I have to admit that this pair of glasses allowed me to take a shortcut. Without it, maybe even if I had confidence, my road to success wouldn't be so smooth. You can figure out this truth, so my trust is not in vain. Sun Sikong nodded. Moreover, after you got the glasses, you weren't just greedy for enjoyment. Instead, you did a lot of big things. For example, this time, you and Lu Yezi came here to deal with Elder Yu. It was a big deal. Thank you, Grandpa's son, for your trust, said Yang Ming. Well, Grandpa's son, let's not talk about the matter between you and the boss. Let's talk about why you are here. And why is this fortune teller here? This was the strangest thing for Lu Yezi. Haha, I knew you would ask about this. Sun Sikong said, Since you found out, then I won't hide it. The main purpose of my coming here is actually to watch you from the side. It can be regarded as a kind of protection in disguise. Your father was afraid that you would encounter trouble and problems here, so he asked us to secretly monitor you. However, he was afraid that your self-esteem wouldn't be able to stand it, so all this was done in secret. It turns out to be like this. Lu Yezi shrugged helplessly. He didn't feel much disgust. After all, it was reasonable for parents to worry about their children. He was going to be a father soon. Now, sometimes he would be nervous about Yi and the child in her belly. This was understandable. Poor parents, so Lu Yezi was not angry. He was just a little helpless. I was wondering, why does this fortune teller always appear near the Supernatural Investigation Bureau? It turns out that he is also monitoring me. I'm really sorry, Mo Kongwon said with a bitter smile. Chapter 2169. Then what should I call you? Grandpa Mo? Lu Yezi said, Little master, you're flattering me. My master is your father's martial nephew. My master and you are of the same generation, and I'm only your junior. Mo Kongwon said with some fear and trepidation. Your master? Who is your master? Lu Yezi was stunned. My master is Jiao Yazi. He is your father's martial nephew. Mo Kongwon quickly replied. So, you are Jiao Yazi's disciple. Lu Yezi suddenly understood. Indeed, Jiao Yazi was his father's martial nephew, so he was of the same generation as him. So, his disciple was naturally a generation younger than him. It was not too much to call him Little Master. Yes, Mo Kongwen said. So, I set up a fortune-telling stall near you so that I can take better care of you. Then all those fortune-telling things you said were all lies? Feng Tianlong quickly asked. What he cared about now was whether his daughter could change her fate in the future. Haha, of course not. I've learned some Chimin Dunjia techniques from my master, so what I said is true. Mo Kongwon smiled and said, You don't have to worry. Your daughter will have her own opportunities in the future, but now. I can't reveal the secrets of heaven. I say, Mo Kongwon, you can't reveal anything to me? Do you want me to ask that old guy Jiao Yazi? Brother Feng is anxious. Can't you say something definite? Lu Yezi saw Feng Tianlong's anxious look and couldn't help but ask. It's not that I don't want to say it, but some secrets of heaven are not secrets of heaven anymore. Mo Kongwen said with some helplessness. Little master, you also know that some things have to be left to fate. If you do it deliberately, it may change the normal course of things. When the time comes, there will be a deviation in fate, and the loss will outweigh the gain. That's true. Lu Yezi nodded. Brother Feng, what Mo Kongwen said makes sense, so you don't have to worry too much. I don't know about him, but I know about his master Jiao Yazi. He is a very powerful person. If he says it's fine, it must be fine. All right, then I won't ask anymore. Feng Tianlong nodded. You're right. If I knew the details, my mentality would change. When that time comes, doing things on purpose would have the opposite effect. Let's not talk about this first. Let's talk about the main point. I say, Grandpa's son and Mo Kung, you see us suffering here, and you can't do anything to elder you. Won't you help? Lu Yezi spread his hands and smiled bitterly. Do you have any high-tech weapons? Let us use them to kill elder you, and then we'll be done with it. We really don't have any. Sun Sikong shook his head and said, Lu Yezi, your father told us to let you experience it yourself. He didn't ask us to help you deal with elder you. Moreover, we don't have any offensive weapons. Then, there are no laser cannons in this flying saucer? Lu Yezi asked. This flying saucer is just a flying device, nothing more. Sun Sikong said, What if I'm in danger? How are you going to protect me? Lu Yezi asked somewhat unwillingly, although he also knew that if he asked Sun Sikong and the others for help, it would lose the meaning of the experience. But this time, everyone had no other way, so Lu Yezi asked for help. Every time you're facing an enemy, we will activate the flying saucer. If you are in danger, we will appear in front of you and take you away with the flying saucer. Sun Sikong said, According to your father, we can only do this. Lu Yezi was a little speechless. It turned out that their so-called looking after was just helping him escape at a critical moment. We are here to look after you at a close distance. We don't want to be discovered by you. Sun Sikong smiled bitterly. But even if you find out, it's fine. If you want to leave, just say the word, and you can leave at any time. But if you want to deal with Elder Yu, there is really no way. Yes, in fact, we have also secretly helped Little Master study it. This Elder Yu is now invulnerable. Ordinary weapons are really not his opponent. I estimate that even heavy weapons have no effect on him. Mo Kongwen said, Are you serious? Then isn't he Superman? Yang Ming was surprised. Of course it is true. Sun Sikong said, I've been engaged in scientific research for so long, but I still haven't figured out what is going on with this voodoo. This is a magical knowledge. Then it seems that there is no other way. Lu Yezi was a little disappointed. It seems that we still have to follow the previous plan. Before we get rid of Elder Yu, I can't go with you. My teammates are here. This is also my mission. We are not asking you to go, but at a critical moment, if your life is in danger, we will take you away. Sun Sikong said, In that case, then among us, if other people are in danger, can you take them away too? Lu Yezi hesitated and asked. In this way, all the team members, as long as they were in danger, could summon the flying saucer and let the flying saucer take them away instantly. That would be awesome. This can't. Sun Sikong shook his head. Can't? Why? My father won't let me? Lu Yezi was stunned. That's not it. It's just that we can only monitor your danger, but we can't monitor the danger of others. Sun Seekong said, "The jade pendant you're wearing can predict bad luck, and the strength of the bad luck signal is also the switch of whether the flying saucer automatically activates the summoning function. If you are in fatal danger, the flying saucer can be quickly activated without our control and take you away, but others can't. We can't monitor, then can you improve the jade pendant so that as long as my teammates are in danger, the jade pendant can also give an early warning?" Lu Yezi asked. "This is possible, but the transformation can't be completed overnight." You are sure that you want to transform it. For your safety, you can only stay here. After the transformation is completed, you can leave with the jade pendant. Sun Seekong explained. Then forget it. I will transform it when I have time in the future. Lu Yezi said helplessly. Although they could also activate the flying saucer when they met an acquaintance, everyone's gains were not great. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.